$770.
$770. Any questions? Need a motion? And a second. And a second.
Second.
Thank you, Jerry. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's unanimous, Ms. Hanson. Anything else, David?
Yes, sir. Last week I got our notice from Mississippi Emergency Management. We were approved for the 2023 EMPG grant totaling $37,851.64.
Outstanding. Anything else?
How much we got
Everybody
to
else?
say? I didn't hear you.
$37,851.64. And I have a travel request to travel to the regional fire
Let-
coordinators meeting.
Give me a second. I want to get a second to accept, if you would. If there are no more questions, I need a motion to accept. And a second. Vincent will raise his finger.
Second.
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Hanson, that's unanimous as well. Thank you.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Travel request to the regional fire coordinators meeting in Grenada on August the 18th. It's a one-day travel.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No questions? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. It's unanimous, Ms. Hanson.
That's all I have.
If there are questions for David, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
County Engineer, Ms. Anderson.
Good morning.
Morning.
You can see the report as printed. I just have one board item, and that's to permission to advertise for the Department of Human Services building, the flooring. Have the specifications right here.
So moved.
I got a motion
Second.
and a second. Any questions? Specifications, you got those too, Ms. Hanson? Look, you got another copy of it, Ms. Hanson? Shoot, email one. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there are no other questions. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right. That's all I have.
Okay. We had the Bree Street Bridge. Want to handle that while he's up?
No, I'm waiting on some copies.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Road management.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
I brought to y'all today, some dragline training quotes.
Okay.
New dragline what they would have.
Okay.
The first quote is Missile Machinery, $21,924. And the second quote is Heavy Quip at $27,405, and there's 3 weeks of training.
I move we go up the lowest.
Who did we put? I got a motion for the lowest
Second.
and a second.
Y'all
Who
can
did
sit
we?
in your budget,
Yeah, I think we have enough, we
you do, okay.
Who would you purchase it from?
Missile Machine.
That-
They're a dealer for the same type of machine.
And tell us about how the training's gonna be conducted.
We gotta let him know within a week in advance. He's gonna set up, come stay in the hotel, and he'll be here 3 whole weeks, and we're gonna do on-job training. It's gonna be build a bridge while he's here,
On-site training.
on-site training.
Everybody understand?
I have a question.
Come on.
How many people be trained?
I have 3 right now that wanna do it, so, he
Okay.
said as many as wants to get in
I
there.
think we need to get as many as possible because we're paying $20,000, and we want to make sure that we're ready. You know, if someone decides to retire, or even need to do a little cross training. But I think we need to take advantage. They come in here, so I think 4 is good. But I think we need a few others to be a part of it, get that training.
And all of those said that once they learn, they'll be willing to show other people down the road as they come in. So when they come back afterwards.
And do we have any young people?
Yeah, they're all young that's on the bridge.
Wait a minute. Y'all hold up a minute. We don't discriminate based on age.
Well, actually, I'm not discriminating. The reason
I
why
just want to be clear.
And I was, can I speak? And the reason why I asked is the last time we got someone that's more seasoned, and he retired. So my concern is ensuring that we have across the board where we can have people who do the next 20 years. That's my concern. Thank you.
Whatever you do not shut the department down. Pulling too many resources over. You know, you can't have people train other people.
Those 4, well, we have 3, maybe 4, but they agreed to show up, later after they learn more, they want,
Good enough.
they're willing to show people.
Anything else? Hello? Anything else?
That's it.
I got some.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lee.
On your side cutters, the tractors with the side cutters, I know you took them to be mounted. Have you heard anything?
Yet, but they going it with.
We need
trying
'em.
to- Trying to get them down, we're talking about.
Is that the only people that do that can mount those that you're aware of?
That's what we call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do that quickly.
Okay, so only people getting them out is the people in Louisiana
Yeah, that's what we got to do, some equipment.
from,
They wanna mount their piece of equipment on our track. Yeah,
are they coming here
No.
or we're taking equipment to them?
don't take it, don't take it.
They had it has some digital stuff, a lot of it has to be programmed to the tractor, so they have to.
I thought they were actually down there inspecting them back by now. We had this conversation, what, weeks ago?
We have a problem with the low board. We have a problem with low board. Everything had to be right before we could get it done.
Right, when you have a problem like that, you tell members of the board you're gonna get something done, you have a delay, let them know.
When do y'all plan on taking them down?
They'll be there before Wednesday.
Anything else?
For sure.
That's all I have.
Anything else, Ms. Perry?
Now, we, still down there, lay down on Lake Water. We should.
Putting that covered in?
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, there's-
appreciate
I got another question. I know y'all, how long is it gonna be before y'all finish moving the dirt?
Moving that dirt down, come out on the pipe.
I'm not sure where, I know y'all
Oh,
moving
yeah,
some
yeah,
dirt.
well, glad you brought that up, we had to move all the trucks down, get the pipe put in, so we're not chipping ceiling today. But I gotta have all the trucks done.
So I just wonder when you think y'all be finished
We
moving the
should,
dirt?
we should be through the dirt work, not today, tomorrow. Yeah.
And then you come to District Four.
Then we'll start back chipping the ceiling, I got to finish it up in District 1 first.
District 3.
Yeah, District 3.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, let's not get confused. All right.
I thought you said District One.
I did say 1, but I should have said 3.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Any other questions? Appreciate y'all.
When we get through that job down there, we're gonna come to the railroad. We already got the dirt down. All right.
Appreciate it.
Planning Department. Ms. Ribbon, how you doing?
All right, how are you all?
Doing well.
Sure.
Report for the planning department for the month of July. We had 9 permits issued, and the revenue for that month was $1,768. And for the year to date, it's $21,347.
Okay, any questions? Comments? If not, I need a motion.
So
So move second.
Thank you.
All in favor, show by the sign of aye. Thank you. Normally, we accept all the reports at the end of the meeting. That's my error. Ms. Brooks, Justice Court.
Good morning. How's everybody? May I have I did have my report in time.
Okay. Everybody have the Justice Court report? Any questions on it? No questions? Tell me about your fine workers.
At this point, we only have one on the program.
Tell me about the last couple of months.
We had 2 last month, none the month before, and then none the month before that. So we've had 3 in, say, the last 4 months.
I'm looking at a list of dismissed cases. Anything particular about those?
Particular?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. Other than the officers not showing up, mostly why citations are being dismissed.
Officers not showing up. Any particular idea of why they wouldn't be showing up?
I do not. We have called, we subpoena them, but we have no reason, we don't know why they don't show up.
When you say officer, are you talking about municipal?
Highway patrol, no,
Okay.
highway patrol. And it's not just our court.
Excuse me?
It's not just our court that they don't show up in. I talked to a young lady in Humphreys County, they don't show up there. I talked to someone in Sunflower County. They have problems too.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Brooks? We appreciate you.
Okay, I have one more thing. I have a travel request for my office manager Valerie Hadley and myself to attend the Mississippi Justice Court Clerks Annual convention held September the 5th through the 8th in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi at the Hollywood Casino on Gulf Coast. The total price is $2,000 for the both of us. $2,049.53. Room rate is $89 a night. Registration is $100.
So moved to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's unanimous.
Before Ms. Brooks leave, she and I
Can't
talked
hear you.
about the number of, she and I talked about the number of DUIs that are being dismissed because of officers failure to appear. And we are compiling that so we can assess, the ramification of what's really going on, because it's a real concern with these DUIs. You know, I don't necessarily care about the simple traffic, they fail to appear, but it's most serious and more pronounced when they're DUI.
That's correct.
So, because all this, and the judges, honestly, you know, we get continuance, to try to get the officers there, and despite subpoenas and notice to them, they still don't show up. And the judges are arbitrarily dismissing them because of that. That's problematic in this county. Okay? And I think the public needs to be aware of it, that this is a real concern. When we got DUIs, people driving on our roadway, these officers citing them for DUIs and then failing to appear to prosecute these cases.
Okay. Ms. Brooks,
Yes, sir.
wasn't there something, I don't know if it's judicial performance or something like that, whatever the main office is in Jackson that's over the justice court judges? What is that?
Judicial performance out of Oxford.
Did they issue an order of certain cases that shouldn't be dismissed?
Well,
Excuse me, Ms. Griffin. Okay.
well, sir, as far as how many cases they can dismiss, no.
Type of cases?
Type of cases, no, sir.
Okay. then.
Not aware of it.
Any comment, Ms. Griffin?
Yeah, and the judicial performance, the judges are not wrong when they dismiss a case after numerous efforts. Okay, you know, we still impose objection to them dismissing the case. But, they say, hey, this case been on the docket, repeatedly, there have been repeated efforts to get them there, and they refuse to show. It's really a matter between the highway patrol, the state Department of Public Safety, and has a duty, I think, to compel these officers to show up and prosecute these DUIs, and we're gonna look into that. But other than that, judicial performance has no jurisdiction over these officers. And it's not wrong doing, the judicial performance regulates the performance of judges, not the witnesses, and certainly not the State Department of Public Safety.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll get in touch with, I guess it's the commander or the captain. Is that still Troop what?
Troop D.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Brooks? Appreciate you, Ms. Brooks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gales. Mr. Gales. Hey, Mr. Gales. Everybody has a copy of Mr. Gales' report in front of you,
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Any particular questions y'all would like to ask Mr. Gales?
Have you moved in yet?
Yes, I've been moving a couple months ago.
Okay, I'm just making sure. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah. The report shows you the different number of interviews, calls, and everything else. Mr. Gales, anything you need from us?
No, not right now.
All right, we appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Moore. Is Ms. Moore here? All right, you do? All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. Ms. Smith, Jeremy. Morning, sir.
I passed you all over the scope of work for the air conditioning work at the convention center, and that's why Mr. Hawkins here. Give him more, explain about the scope of work. Give him more. Explain everything.
Come on. Somebody explain it to us, please.
Mr. Hawkins is back here.
Give us your full name, Mr. Bob Hawkins.
Full name?
Yeah, tell us who you are, what you do,
Robert
for the record.
Ellett, E-L-L-E-T. morning.
Morning.
Supervisor Gordon called me about sometime in July and asked me to come look at a proposal that Upchurch Services had submitted to repair the south air handling unit for the arena area. And he wanted that proposal put into a bid format. So that's what I've done for this project, and that's just on page 2, scope of work. And this could go out for bids to 3 competent contractors and be competitively bid.
Outstanding. Any questions?
Do you have a copy of
Yeah,
that yet?
everybody does. Yep, she has.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Because it's a seasoned piece of equipment, I think they said the equipment is about 50 years old.
Right, it was installed in 1977.
So what we're doing is putting a new compressor in. Is that what we're doing?
Probably a rebuilt compressor.
Okay.
Now, what I would like for the county to do is to repair this unit and get it going so that you'll have cooling, and then demolish the other unit and put a brand new packaged 100-ton water-cooled air conditioning system in.
So
And
you
then when the
recommend-
south unit finally breathes its last breath, demolish it and put another brand new 100-ton.
So I got a question. You said you talking about the unit right next to the one we're about to repair in the same room.
They're both in the
Right,
in
same.
the
I just
same
want to
room.
make sure. Okay.
And the south one is the one closest to the storage room
Okay.
there.
Also, what kind of lifespan do you think we'll have with the one we're about to repair? What kind of lifespan do you think we'll have with that after we repair it?
That would be just a total guess. It's hard to say.
Because I know we got 50 years in already.
Right.
So that's
right.
why I'm wondering what kind of lifespan we looking
And,
at.
you know, the compressor might last maybe 3 or 4 years. But we don't know about the other components on the
So let's say the compressor makes it to 3 years and we got to do the process all over again.
No.
Well, I guess what the county I think should do is plan for purchasing a new unit
Okay.
I'm gonna be slick.
and eventually replace both of the units. I mean, those 2 units have served their purpose.
I agree. One other question. What is the time frame you think it would take to repair this unit?
The Upchurch quote gave a lead time for the compressor of 2 to 4 weeks, and then 16 weeks or so for the condenser tube bundle. So that's pretty much
So we're looking at October.
right. Anything HVAC related since COVID started has been delayed because the manufacturers can't keep up in the ESSER 2 program
Right.
with all the air
Schools.
conditioning systems, and so it's
Going to
the lead
supervisor
times
board,
are
yeah, come in.
longer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Supervisor Gordon.
What we did do, what we planned on doing, when we weren't decided, we put money in the budget to replace that north side this year. So when we repair this one, hopefully this time next year, we can have a new one on the other side. But we did put in our budget, if the
Right,
budget's
okay,
approved, that
that's-
we will be replacing that one. And
Okay.
just kind of take it in stages, you know, and like I say,
Yes.
and when the other one goes out, we can switch back over to that 100 ton and then start, you know, start replacing that.
Yes.
So it is in the works.
Yes, and I might mention, neither of the systems has any control system on it at all.
When you say control system, what do you mean?
Something that automatically controls the operation of
Okay.
the unit to maintain the temperature. When they want cooling, they go flip the breaker on the air handler. And when the temperature gets down to where they want it, they turn the
Just turn
thing
it
I
off.
think that come from, you know, Siemens come in and put in a lot of controls at one point.
Yeah.
And then when we no longer, which we got out of that contract with them because they done some other stuff through the county, that's when all the controls were removed because we were having problems after problems after problems.
Right.
So as we go along, of course, we want to make sure that we look into that.
Yeah,
you
the
know,
temperature
controls.
controls package should be part
Right.
of the
Yeah.
replacement equipment
Okay.
Yeah.
system.
Ms. Griffin?
Yes, Mr. Hawkins, good morning.
Good morning.
I know I missed a few budget sessions, but has the board, contracts reviewed yet?
No, they have not.
Okay.
Got a call from Mr. Gordon.
Yes, so, before we can proceed to approve the work, Mr. President, we need to do some, take some preliminary action. One, the board, first must retain Mr. Hawkins, and secondly, get a cost estimate of what his charging.
That was, and a couple meetings ago, we did approve to.
That was
to-
done?
To retain it, yes, several weeks ago.
What about the cost estimate?
No, you know, usually it's just a percentage of that, you know, so and I was assuming that was the, of course, the contract still has to be done, I realize that, yes.
Ms.
Do
Hawkins,
we need to approve
What
that?
is the percentage?
you gotta get it first. Ms. Hawkins, you prepare a contract for us, please, ASAP. Give us one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I will.
And we'll take a look at it. Now, Mr. Griffin will have a contract here in the next couple of days.
Okay.
It'll be pretty standard, you know, pretty much like the one that we have used with Mr. Hawkins in the past. You see-
So he didn't do a contract before he did this work.
No, he did not.
Is there a reason why?
He wasn't asked for a contract, Ms. Brooks.
I thought that was common courtesy in our county, how we conduct business.
It is most of the time, Ms. Brooks, but we're taking care of it if you allow me to do that.
All right, but make sure it don't happen again.
I can't guarantee you that, Ms. Brooks. I can't guarantee you. You've been in every meeting I've been in. So you've been everywhere I've been.
No, I don't
But
do it
Mr.
where
Hawkins,
you've
can you
been.
take care of that for us, please?
I can.
And we'll go ahead and get it. Now, Mr. Griffin, is there a problem with the board kind of moving forward, or we just have to wait? Now, keep in mind, we won't have this repair done until later in the season. And it'll be cooling by then, so, you know, it's not like it's an extreme rush. So how do we proceed? Did we-
Well, when is the next board meeting? Do we have budget, session?
We don't have another budget session?
No.
Sound like we have a long meeting then.
You say the latter part of the season, we won't have an air conditioner out there until next spring?
It cools off the end of October, Mr. Griffin. Usually. Usually.
I'm just asking
Well,
questions.
keep in
Mr.
mind,
President.
this is,
So-
let me do this for you.
Yes, so let's get the contract done in that
All right.
case, and then bring
Before we
this all
advertise?
back.
All right.
Before we do that.
Well, you can authorize them to advertise subject to a contract, but we need to get a
Okay,
contract.
let's do that.
That's what we want to do.
Make a motion to advertise, subject to receiving the contract from Mr. Hawkins.
Yes.
That allows us to proceed. I need a second. Didn't hear you. Second, Supervisor Benson. Any other questions? All in favor of the motion, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One abstention.
Got one abstention. Mr. Hawkins, if you proceed, and you and Jeremy kind of get close, Lee, keep us posted. We make this happen. But I do want to remind everybody, just like the compressor that just went out, we only got it up late last season. And of course it failed. We tried to bring it back up in the springtime. But let's give it a shot.
I have another question. Because we just put a compressor on it like he said. Is there another problem that's causing the compressors to fail?
I would have no idea unless
Okay.
we looked at, examine the system very closely and consulting engineers don't normally get into the some of the inner workings that the contractors and the manufacturers do. Somebody from the manufacturer could test the system and find out exactly why it failed. But,
Cause I think, just hearing, cause we constantly changing compressors, and it just sounds like it's something else that's causing the compressors to fail like that.
that would be something that would take a lot of examination and testing to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Second thing I got, the generators. I got with, Thompson, generators, we got 4 generators in building and grounds that we maintain. So, and I got a quote for them to do the service, annual service and quarterly service.
On what?
On the generators at the convention center, the juvenile detention center, sheriff department, and at the correctional facility.
So you got 2 quotes?
Thompson provides legal to do the service on it, and quarterly service and yearly service on it.
You
Did
just
we
have
buy-
this
did we
one
get-
quote?
Yes, sir, Thompson provided so they can keep up the service on it.
Thompson is currently doing it, right?
Yes,
And you just want to renew this contract?
yes.
Everybody understand?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I thought. Y'all just sent that back.
It's a
I don't wanna see it.
You don't mind passing Mr. Rittman his?
He don't need to, he don't wanna see it.
Oh, you control that too?
No,
All
didn't
right.
you say we got to have 2 quotes, Mr. Griffin? I ain't looking at it. I ain't looking at it. Exactly. They got to send the quotes back. We're not supposed to be looking at these quotes if we need 2 quotes. Period. That's state
How
law.
long have we had Thompson, Mr. Smith?
They've been here, they've been nosing, before I got here, except the one the sheriff department, the new one at the convention center, so.
Who else is it out there to help us with the service agreement?
Those contracts, they was in place before I got here, so.
I want to remind this board of something. You're having issues with some of these major pieces of equipment because you changed vendors. Be careful when you do that. Jerry, let me have that back.
And the way you work that.
So I want to make sure that we clear, that's how we got where we are now, Mr.
Let
Britt.
me explain how you do that, Mr. President. Just because someone is the low bidder, that does not mean.
Lowest and best.
Best. You can still make a finding in the minutes that why this particular contractor is not the low bidder.
That is the
That
best.
is the opinion of this board based on A, B, and C.
Yeah.
That this is the best bidder.
All right, I just want to make sure the board understands how we got to where we are with the AC system.
Right.
We're battling with now.
I do want to point out this. If you would recall just last week, okay, I presented to y'all an opinion about, not advertising, for bidders.
Wait a minute,
Okay?
we didn't
The
advertise?
same is true. No, the board didn't. The same, that was an approved bid without advertising. The same is true with respect to solicitation of quotes.
Okay,
The law say you gotta have 2 quotes,
okay,
2 or more quotes. Now,
Okay.
you can say this quote is not, why it's the lowest, it is not the best because of this factual finding by this board. The majority of you have make a finding in the minutes that that's not the best bid or quote.
understand.
Yes, sir.
And you say we did it without doing what?
Without,
Were you here?
you approved the bid.
Were you out?
I know, I interposed objections to approve of that bid. Now,
Oh, I remember
let
you
the
did.
record reflect.
You did.
Sir,
You did, I remember that. Anything else? Anyone else? Mr. Henderson, Ms. Smith, what do you need from us?
I had one more thing.
Come on with it.
I need to get approval, I hired 1 person on the grounds department, 1 guy left, so I just need to get approval,
So
replace him.
moved.
Just replacing?
Yes, replace guy.
I got a motion, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, and I got the vote precincts ready for tomorrow, so that's all I got.
Outstanding. All right, appreciate you. Okay. Judge Benita King Johnson. Judge Johnson. Judge is not here. What's the matter?
Good morning.
Mr. Shaw, how you doing?
All right, we asking for a rehire
second
Point
supervisor.
of information.
Oh,
The rehire, why was he, did he leave the first time?
He
or did-
retired.
Oh, he retired and he's coming
Coming
back.
back.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
hold up, Ms. Shaw. Anyone else? Any other comments or questions? If not, all in favor of the rehire, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried, Ms. Hansel, that's unanimous. Ms. Shaw?
also we had an accident back in April, at one of the vehicles. They totaled it out, trying to get a replacement vehicle for that. I do have
Is
two
Is
quotes.
Chalisa aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, this is insurance, Chalisa?
It is, but the vehicle is old, maybe 5,000.
Did they have a line item for a
Yes.
vehicle?
They do, but they don't have
It's
it
two.
in this budget.
Two, we had three.
So it'll be up to the board to decide.
Well, that's gonna be
So
a
there's
tough.
nothing in that line item for this budget? How much was allowed on the one that was wrecked, as far as insurance?
I think it was 5,000. 5,000.
And what's the replacement cost? Is that on state contract? State contract?
I think so.
These two quotes, but he has two quotes, 40,000 and one is 43. And it's for Durango.
Is this, what is this, vehicle used for?
For the help transport juveniles to pick up the food from the jail.
Durango.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the only problem is it's not in this year's budget. And we're in the middle of budget session. And it's not a thing that you can do today. Am I missing something, Ms. Garner?
What are you doing right now for that to use?
Using the vehicle that, the county gave me.
So you have a vehicle right now to use?
All right. Yeah, we have a number of extra vehicles. We can keep them rolling.
Yeah.
This is not a
Are
problem.
these 90-day quotes or just 30-day quotes or what?
I got them in June, so I don't know exactly how long they're gonna last.
The vehicle he's using now, whose vehicle was that?
I'm not sure where the department had to be shared. What department did the vehicle come from? That you borrow.
I haven't borrowed one at all.
You say you're using the vehicle, right?
I'm using the one that I drive.
All right,
County
so
vehicle
you're
that I
using,
drive.
okay, using your vehicle.
Is there some out there that we
Yeah.
could use for that?
Yeah. We can work it out until temporarily we get to next year's
Right
budget.
now, we're over budget right now. We're gonna come in over budget this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Need to look
Ms.
for one.
Ms. Shaw, let us take a look and, we'll get back with you.
All right.
We'll go get you a vehicle.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is that, you wanna
She has.
provide, she's, okay, I need to.
Thank you.
Burley Engineering. Burley Engineering. Morning.
Morning. I wanted to update the board on the status of the Forest Acres subdivision project. It's an ARPA project the county is undertaking. Forest Acres is on the north side of 82 between Leland and Lincoln. Got information.
This is one of your projects, Ms. Brooks?
Forest Acres.
We've looked at the projects. The drainage, of course, is extremely poor out there. It's a low-lying area. The drainage is mainly directed to the MDOT right-of-way to the ditch system on the north side of 82. But the drainage ditch that runs along the east side of Forest Acres, north-south on the east side, is too deep. So the water just, during the rainfall event, the water collects there and it has to build up to a certain height before it can empty into the MDOT right of way. Then on the north side, it's directed to, it's the yellow area on the map, I'm sorry. Then it's directed to the north, there's a wooded area to the north and the drainage spills into that area. We've got, the only way we can improve the drainage there is to get that water to Roper Bayou. And to do that, we're looking at off-site, either acquiring an easement from off-site property owners or purchasing right-of-way. And so we do have some other issues, like wetland delineation and also an off-site survey just to check for drainage patterns and make sure that we can carry the water to Roper Bayou. But I've recommended right now we're at a standstill. We've also had the estimate for the work, but we need to start talking to some of the off-site property owners. Two of them are listed on that map. Farms, that's Mark Walker. And then the Carmack Land Company, that's Jimmy Carpenter and Bill McGaw. And I've talked to Jimmy Carpenter, and he's not against an easement or a right-of-way, but he would like to hear from the county.
Is the total cost was 1.9 million, is that right?
That's a rough. I mean, we haven't completed the survey. We have so much set aside for wetland mitigation. We have a 20% contingency in there going into the job right now. But yes, we're looking at right at 1.9.
I have a question with the wetland mitigation. What exactly are you doing with that particular area?
What are we doing?
Like with the wetland mitigation?
Well, what we'll have to do is, if we're destroying any wetlands, we have to notify the Corps of Engineers. They'll ask for a mitigation plan. Mitigation plan, you can either create your own wetland, or you can go to a wetland bank and purchase purchase wetlands. And usually the Corps, it's rarely 1-to-1. They usually ask you to 2-to-1 for each acre that you destroy. You have to purchase two or build two.
Any estimate on what that could possibly cost?
We have listed in there in the estimate, right, we're budgeting $150,000.
That's cheap.
But I wanted to bring it to your attention. And I know eminent domain is a possibility, but the ARPA funds have to be spent by the end of 2026.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long it takes to acquire right of way or an easement that way, but we do have to spend the money before, well, we have to finish the job by the end of October of 2026, and we have to spend the money
Committed.
by the end of the year of 2026.
All right.
I'm not sure right now. I mean, you're looking at least a 50-foot right-of-way, 50-foot width. And then, and it depends on which route we go. We don't, I've talked to, the first one I would talk to is Jimmy Carpenter or Bill McGaw, because they border that subdivision. And then Martin Walker after that.
Okay. Ms. Brooks, pleasure.
Is Mr. Andrew Smith in here? I thought I was hearing.
He came through this morning.
Okay.
But this is a project that's in Ms. Brooks' district, and she's been spearheading it. So
Well, I know we submitted an application through South Delta. We haven't heard a response back from them, and I'll follow up on that. We submitted all the paperwork. It was a federal grant, so I see where we are on it, because I hadn't heard anything.
We haven't either.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burley, you mentioned the easement. Have you approached any of the landowners for the potential of obtaining perpetual easements yet?
I have. I talked to Jimmy Carpenter, who's with Bill McGaw and Jimmy Carpenter own the property to the east, which is the Greenville Rifle and Pistol Club, and they also own all of the timberland north of it. And they're not against it. It's just
Right.
that.
Did you tell them it's a 50-foot wide easement that they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and and you're talking, if it's an easement, then you're also looking at destroying some timberland, which means you're gonna have to get a timber appraisal, for that, plus a land appraisal,
No longer an easement, then it may be, because they don't be seeking just compensation.
Yes,
for
sir.
eminent domain.
They would.
Right. Now, Ms. Brooks, you said you've actually appealed for a federal grant.
Well, the board did. We did an application for a federal grant, I wanna say maybe about 3 or 4 months ago.
Right.
With this application, South Delta did the application on behalf of the county, and we haven't heard anything yet. So I'll follow up to see, where that grant stands.
Good enough. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking, and are you prepared to go forward with ARPA funds with these numbers?
Well, I would like to see where South Delta is with the grant before we make any, decisions at this point.
Good enough. Mr. Burley, what do you need from us?
Nothing. We just need to start talking to some property owners. And one other thing, I did download the U.S. Fish and Wildlife assessment
Yep.
for wetlands, and it shows the north half of that subdivision as being in a that second page. All right, I think it's, yeah, there it is. So you can see that it is an issue.
All right.
So we need to take it under advisement right now.
Yes.
So we'll take it under advisement.
Take on the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a motion and a second.
And we just-
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
Sir,
Motion
I just wanna
carries.
thank you for
Mr.
taking your time with this project. Because I went out there, and really we had to go in a 4x4 to get out there. You can't even drive out there. And, you know, people has been dealing with flooding like that for the last 15 to 20 years, and they reached out to me about it. It's something we really most definitely have to move forward on.
Oh, I understand, it's definitely.
So thank you again.
Thank you.
Dr. Jackson.
Morning.
Good morning.
As always, it's a pleasure and an honor to have this opportunity to meet this board, to give an update. My update has three main parts: statistics, selected accomplishments for this past year, and the request. Start off with statistics. Unduplicated numbers: 2,665 students from this past year. 60% are in university transfer program, 11% in career technical programs, 8% in health sciences, and 21% dual enrolled students. Of those students, 62% are African Americans, 30% white, 2% Hispanics, 1% Asians. 83% of our students are from our 7 county districts. 32% of our enrollment is from Washington County. Very proud of that, the highest percentage of all 7 counties. Selected accomplishments from this past year: we're very fortunate to receive a grant from Congressman Benny Thompson, $2.25 million to support our law enforcement training academy. And we're the only community college in the state that has a law enforcement training academy on campus. For the 4th year in a row, we were named the best community college in the state by the Delta Business Journal. Very proud of that. The Stafford Wood Administration Building, you may remember it burned about 5 or 6 years ago. We renovated it, and the conversation upon my arrival was to build a new administration building. We decided to renovate it, and it cost us $3.4 million, being good stewards of taxpayers' dollars. I was recently appointed to the Board of Trustees for SACS, COC. Good professional development for me, but more importantly, great recognition for the college and the region as a whole. Here in Greenville, our physical therapy assistance program at the GHEC was fully accredited. Very proud of that. We had our groundbreaking for our new men's residence hall about a month ago. Mr. President, you were in attendance. We're very proud of that. We received $7.5 million from the state and $10 million from all 7 counties, and thank you all for the support there. We're working closely with the city of Greenville at the airport to start offering new aviation programs there. We're starting a culinary arts program at the GHEC. We should have a ribbon cut within next month. So we're very proud of that as well. 75% of our students passed commercial driver's training program, and we revamped our road management program during COVID and all that. We've been able to maintain our enrollment through the last 4 or 5 years. So proud of that as well. In the world of athletics, our men's football team has the best season in the last 20 years. Proud of that. In this past year, our women's basketball team had the best season in the last 18 years. And the request currently, you all give us 3.0 meals for maintenance, E&G, and operations, 1 meal for E&I, and other capital improvement, 0.2 meals for Greenville High Education Center, and 0.50 meals for the new men's residence hall. We're very appreciative for your support, and we solicit the same level of support that you all gave us last year. I'll be happy to entertain any questions you all might have.
Lee?
How many students did you say you had? How many students do y'all have total?
Total, unduplicated number by 2,600, but total by 2,200. When I say unduplicated number, they may be taking courses at 2 or 3 of our locations.
And what's your overall budget a year?
Of our budget's about 25 million.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Jackson, we appreciate all you do. Not just because you didn't ask for money, but we do appreciate you.
Same level, that's it. Thank you all.
But anything you need from us, don't hesitate.
Will
Let
do.
us know,
Thank
you know, we have a couple of trustees that we think represent us well, so,
They do.
you know,
Yeah,
let us know.
I'll send y'all.
All right, thank you, sir.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm seeing more and more dual enrollment with vocational. Are y'all looking at doing the dual enrollment vocational for high school students?
We have begun the conversation. I'm not sure who the new superintendent is here in Washington County now, in Greenville. But we've begun the conversation with him before he departed. But then, yes, the conversation is in the process. We hadn't made any leeway yet, but we're discussing those things.
because I know it's getting more popular in other states, and that was one of the buzz conversations at the National Association for County Officials is dual enrollment for vocational and a lot of tech jobs as well. And so that's something I think we need to look at in this area where we won't be the last, state, and more so, I know y'all doing a lot of different things and being very innovative. And it's just something we most definitely want to look at because a lot of those tech jobs, they're looking for distressed areas, and they're going to those distressed areas and they bringing resources in. They're creating jobs. There was one county that in the Appalachians, pretty much equivalent to this region. And a lot has changed since they're doing the dual enrollment for vocational, and it's something I think we most definitely want to start looking at for our students, for the ones who choose not to do traditional 4 years. And a lot of these tech jobs, really don't require a 4-year degree at this point. And so I just think that we really need to start thinking about the future. And I'm glad we got some of our superintendents in here as well to understand the importance of vocational tech jobs as well. Vocational dual enrollment.
And that's a very good point. If you look at the research, 7% of new jobs are in the area of career technical programs. We'll definitely take a close look at that.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure I have full support of these 3 superintendents in the room as well.
Yeah, I'm glad they're here.
Yeah.
Because, really, when I just saw what it took place in one of those Appalachian communities, their median income at one time was right at $18,000. They're right at $100,000 median income. And so we can do the same thing right here in the Mississippi Delta.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No, appreciate you.
Appreciate you all.
Alrighty. Dr. Willis? Dr. Willis? How you doing this morning, sir?
Doing fine, how y'all doing?
Everything good?
All right. So my business manager's outside. He's giving us sheets. We got a binder for you, but we're gonna give you like 3 sheets of paper. But we're not. I got it right here. But I'm glad to be here.
All right,
We are only asking for a 3% increase. Normally what we ask, which would be about $43,000. So we're not doing anything different. We got around 600 kids. Doing really good in athletics. Looking to have a good football season this year. We did basketball, went to the state playoffs last year. Girls softball won the district. So we're doing fast pitch now. It's been really working really well. So everything right now is working out pretty good as far as athletics. But academically, we are projected to be, our elementary is projected to move from an F to a C, that's projected, and our middle school is projected to be a B, and our high school is projected to be a B or an A. So academically, we're doing well down there, and athletically, we're doing well. And we're not asking for a lot of money. We've received, over the past 3 years, we've received 7 straight grants, competitive grants. So that's a blessing for us, and the students that we're able to defray some of the costs that we would ask you all because we're able to get grant dollars. And so we're writing a lot of grants, and we've got 7 straight grants, and so we're doing a pretty good job on that and trying to be fiscally sound with the finances and things of that nature. So that's where we are. We only ask for a 3% increase.
We appreciate it, Dr. Willis. We appreciate you. I'm gonna go to Ms. Brooks and now go Supervisor Willis.
Okay, I just want to go back to those ratings. You said y'all looking to go from an F to a C. Which school is this?
Projected.
Projected.
Let's be clear. Now, those numbers are really, really rough, okay?
Okay.
Because I haven't done the numbers. They are so rough, I tell you, but you can get sandpaper straight up there.
Okay.
But right now, we projected to be a C.
Okay.
Come again?
Hold up, Ms. Griffin. Ms. Griffin.
Okay.
Ms. Griffin. Let me go to Supervisor Gordon. Then I come back.
I'm not even finished
I'm
yet.
sorry, Ms. Brooks.
That's a
Ms. Brooks wasn't finished. Ms.
Thank
Brooks.
you. So what school was this? The one
That's
that's
the elementary.
The elementary. And what about your, I guess, middle school?
Yeah, we just reconfigured to have a middle school because we found that our kids that were 6th to 8th grade were not being properly served. And some of the needs that they have are a little different than elementary kids and also high. So we reconfigured it last year to have middle school.
So y'all about to have a middle school?
No, we changed it last year.
Okay. So what is that school rated? Your middle school?
Projected, let's be clear,
Projected.
please. It's projected to be a C or B, but we gonna claim a B.
So what are we right now?
We are D as a district.
And then on the elementary, where are we now?
Yeah, they're F.
Okay, and what about the high school?
Right, it will be at the high school
Okay,
currently.
good.
Yeah, so we
Okay.
we're currently projected to keep the same
And we
rate.
push the move to an A.
That's the goal.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gordon?
What's your numbers for students?
600.
600, is that up from last year or down from last year? And what's your total budget?
Total budget, with the grants, is about 11 million.
Dr. Willis, with regard to tax increase, have you had the public hearings yet?
Say that
Have
again.
you had the public hearings, budgetary hearings,
For the,
and inform the public in Allendale?
for the grades?
No,
No, the 3%, the 3%.
for your
Yes.
budget. You
Yeah, we
had
did,
your
we had a
budget
public
hearing.
hearing, it's in here, budget hearing is in here. Yeah, we're gonna bring you, I'm gonna pass this around, but I just wanna give you all these documents, but we have done that, yes, sir.
I thought you wouldn't get any big books, man.
Oh, but listen, I didn't mean to give it to you.
Once I send them, I like, send me mine.
I sent it to you.
I need
Morris
mine.
and, Dr. Hudson and,
I like-
Reverend King said I'm doing too bad right here.
No, you been proficient. I like
I'm
proficient.
sorry.
I love proficiency,
I'm sorry.
Dr. Willis.
But this is the one that needs to be signed, this is going from Ms.
I guess
Helms.
mine's at home.
Ms. Helms?
Thank you.
Yes, yours at home.
I guess mine's at home.
Yes, sir. No, sir, you don't have to.
I'ma look at it. I'ma look at it. Let's see.
Well, I just want to give it to you, so if you have any questions, you can look at it.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I'll be down
Reverend, don't feel like-
We apologize, how you doing today, sir? Yes, sir.
Anything else, Dr. Willis? Anything else?
Oh, no, that's it.
Any questions for Dr. Willis? We appreciate you.
Thank y'all, y'all have a good one.
All right.
Doc, before you leave, what are we looking for in September?
Hey.
Come again?
What are we looking for on our football team?
Oh, we're looking to be pretty good.
Okay,
Now this
I
means
know
what?
tomorrow,
When I sign it.
I got you.
got a meeting with them.
Got you, no question. Y'all have a good one.
I don't know what we gotta do, don't we? All right. Dr. Hudson. Right here.
Cutting back on the budget, so hard to ask for so much, so we got focus.
Yeah, but you wait till you hear the number.
My number a little bigger than Dr. Willis, I can tell you that, but,
Yeah.
well,
At least you gave us a vote.
Tommy, you wait till the number.
Okay, wow.
good morning to you all.
Morning, sir.
Just to give you all a few updates, as we, present this budget to you all. First, thank you for being in attendance and representing this board, at our opening convocation. Your words and remarks, I think, went right in line. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Went right in line with our goal and our motto. This year, our theme is putting points on the board. We're holding everybody accountable for these goals we set, Mr. Gordon. We shooting for an A district this year, and we certainly feel like we in range, we're in reach, and we got the staff, we got a dynamic team of leaders and teachers, and we feel like this year is the year that we can put it all together and we can achieve that A-rated district, and that's our goal for this year. Last year, we was a C last year. Last year. Overall, we were a C.
This year we're going for it.
Yes, this year, well, this was, right now, like Dr. Willis stated, we got some rough projected numbers, and it looks like based on these preliminary projections, they could change when MDE finish doing what they doing with the numbers, but we're calculating a high B. Right now, if those numbers that we are projecting stand, we'll be 39 points from an A, and that's our baseline goal for this year, and that's what we're looking to work on going into next year. But once again, those numbers are very rough, and we are we're claiming it, and we're already on path. Starting today with our students coming back today, we're already on path to shooting for an A district, and that's our goal.
I have a question.
Please.
So, breakdown of the schools, your elementary, what is your rating now and what's the projected rating?
All right, so at O'Bannon Elementary, they've been pretty much the most consistent, and they have been a B for the last several years, and we're projecting them to be back at a B again this year.
Okay.
O'Bannon High School have been a D for the last couple of years, and fingers crossed, it's real close. It's very close, but we're thinking that O'Bannon High School might get to a B this year. It's real close based on our projection. We like 5 points over a B, but anything could change when the State Department finish working their numbers. So right now, we're calculating O'Bannon High School to be 5 points over a B, so they'll go from a D to a B.
Okay, you have a middle school?
No, no. Riverside Elementary was a C last year. We're calculating them to be a B. And at Riverside High School, they was a C last year, and we're calculating them to be a high C, but there's a potential for them to get to a B, just again, waiting on the final numbers to come back from the State Department.
And right now, y'all are C school.
And right now, we're projected to be a B district
Okay.
right now. And we already started because the school year starts before you get the final numbers back. We won't get those final numbers back to a little later on, but we gotta set the goals and continue rolling from the beginning of the school year. So we already claiming that B, and we're already on path moving toward an A.
I got a question, because I know we on Facebook as well. So I guess the concern I was asked, what is it that on the community level, what can we do? It could be, you know, parents along with community leaders. What is it that we could do to assist, you know, to help move our school districts up academically on that level system?
What I would say is our principals, our 4 principals are always open. They could tell you better what they need at each individual level. Some of my other directors, for example, we have Ms. Ludy Griffin, who's now the food service director. She's already gone out and she started some initiatives where she's soliciting gift cards. Thank you all for your law firm for helping us and supporting us with that. They're soliciting gift cards and things like that just to promote healthy eating. So when kids are caught eating good at school, eating healthy, then they'll receive that recognition through Facebook. They'll receive a gift card and try to. So that's something small that you may not think, but nutrition has a direct link to student achievement. So we're trying to help student achievement through our nutrition department. So those are the type of ways that our leaders look for, but the principals are always looking for somebody to just come in, even if it's doing state testing, to just come in and serve as a proctor, walk the halls, do things like that, mentor young ladies or young men that are in need. Those are the things that I feel that the community can readily support us. It's through mentoring and encouraging young people that need that extra support.
Also, one other thing, the things you have going in your school, Ms. Charlisa, we're not linked to the school districts on our webpage, are we?
No.
What we need to do is make sure we have all our public schools in Washington County linked to our county page, because it has to be a holistic piece for our youth and our schools and our students, because at the end of the day, our kids are our future workforce, and we all gonna have to really identify ways holistically, how do we help move all of our school districts up, because we want to try to, like I was talking earlier about these tech jobs coming in, we're gonna have to start preparing today, and so, you know, we just can't throw it all on the schools.
Yes.
Dr. Hudson.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that you have projections, but, and you can't reveal the true facts in fairness because they're under embargo.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And until the State Department releases them from embargo, you cannot disclose to the public your exact numbers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
That is the question he asked.
Well, no question.
Yes or no question?
You already knew the answer. Stop waiting Dr. Hudson's turn.
No, I'm just disclosing that to the public.
Any other questions, Dr. Hudson? Come on, lady.
I like this. It's simple. So just to, so actually you're just asking for a 4% increase.
Yes, sir.
And that, but I like how you break it down. I like that, it's real simple. But, yeah, so basically from the ad valorem tax, right now you're getting about 7.6 million. You're asking for a $333,000 increase on that.
Yes, sir.
Equals 4%.
Yes, sir.
And what's your total budget?
Our total operating budget is on that little small sheet that you have in there. So, you know, with the federal funds, with the ESSER and all that is included, so it's up. I think over the next couple of years, you'll see that number go down, but our total operating budget is $34,187,000. $155,483.
What's your, how many students do you have?
1,700.
Is that number up or down from last
That
year?
number is actually ticking back up. When COVID, we were down a little, but that number is actually ticking back up. But we're expecting, with the enrollment we're projecting, we're expecting to get back up close to about 1,800. Hopefully by Labor Day, we'll be up to about 1,800. And just to give you all an idea of some of the things we're doing, construction-wise, our board will be approving an $8.3 million construction project district-wide. $6 million of that is coming from ESSER, and our board has pulled from district maintenance $2.3 million to fund other needed district projects. So we've not had to go to the taxpayers. We've been pretty sound financially, and we hope that we can continue to do projects through our district maintenance and not have to come back to the taxpayers to pass any bonds or anything at this time. So we're financially stable, and everything seem to be operating pretty well.
What kind of construction project are y'all doing?
All right, we have at the C.L. Morris at the old parking lot, we can't even get buses on it. The county has been tremendous in making sure that they come in and regrade that every year. But at some point, we felt that we got to do something long-term, so we're regrading that whole parking lot, concreting it, parking all the way through. At Riverside Elementary, we're tearing down the old trailer that they're in, and we're building them a library there. Paint, floors, all that other stuff you get with there. So at O'Bannon High School, O'Bannon Elementary, we're doing a new music and art facility. So that'll be going up, and then on the O'Bannon High School campus, we're building a new alternative school building that's gonna house our GED program. Yeah. And we also have 41 students that will be at Mississippi Delta, 21 seniors that'll be graduating with their associate's degree, as well as their high school diploma. Then we have another 20 juniors that's just entering in the program this year. So we got 41 students in that Mississippi Delta Middle College program. So.
Happy to hear that.
Yeah, right.
Well, how are we gonna, I understand that y'all introducing a soccer program, y'all prepared with the kids?
We've had soccer for 3 years now. We've been doing soccer for 3 years. Yeah.
Right. Dr. Hudson, you also have a request with your construction going on, service from the county using property, or do you still need that?
Yes. So what we're asking is when the construction start, we're hoping that it can, all of the bids and things will be in by, October the 1st is our date that we're hoping that these contractors will be on the ground. And they're constructing that music building on O'Bannon Elementary, and they're taking up half the parking lot, which we already didn't have enough parking to be able to lay down materials and things like that. So we're asking that the contractors that will be on site, if they could park over on the convention center parking lot, if they could just, the contractors will park there to give us some space, because if the contractors park on the campus, I'm gonna have to bust the teachers in from somewhere, so.
You need approval for that?
Yeah, but I want you to clearly understand the space that he's talking about. Dr. Hudson, are you talking about a parking lot? Are you talking about just across the street from O'Bannon on the property at the Sportsplex?
Yeah, so originally we wanted to lay down materials and things over there, but they felt that it would not be safe with crossing the road that many times a day, the contractors with the materials. So now we're just asking that they use the grounds for parking. Now, I don't know that they've identified an exact location, but we do want to just get permission, and I can update you all before October to say, hey, this is exactly where, but we do want to know that it's okay, that because what they need to know that as they are finalizing these drawings before our board meets Thursday.
Okay.
We just need to keep on pavement. I mean, you know, not in the grounds, but on the pavement.
If you happen to need the grounds, we'll have to prepare a parking lot at the contractor's
Surely there's
expense.
enough place out there that they can find something.
Well, when you look at the distance, they gotta walk.
Around that baseball field.
My understanding, they want to,
Contractors?
yes, they want to get as close as they can so they can get over to work and back. And what it will take is actually putting a parking lot in on the south side of the road coming in.
I don't think that's a wise, I mean, when you're spending money to build a parking lot, just save somebody a few steps, people can park somewhere and walk, or they can get some transportation over there. I'm not
Well,
spending thousands of dollars for a parking space for.
Why would we spend it?
We can find.
Why would we spend it?
Oh, talking about the contract?
Yes.
No, anything that they do, he's putting in the contract that any spot that they use, that they'll have to restore it back and do, they have to prepare and restore it back at the end. So, yeah, it won't be anything.
Why don't you just identify a place first, and then that way we know exactly what we're talking about?
So I could do that, but they need an answer to at least be able to say that they can, to use it, because they need to finish their specs before our board meets on Thursday.
Second, it's not gonna be a problem.
Got a motion and a second. Any other questions? All in favor of allowing the use of construction workers of the convention center grounds for parking? All in favor, show by sign. Show by sign. That's 100%, Ms. All right, you got it. Dr. Hudson, anything else?
I just want to introduce my new CFO, Ms. Glenda Ketchum. She's moved, and she's been in this area for a couple of years now. She stayed down on in Glen Allen, down that Lake Washington area down there. So she's a part of the community, and she'll be serving as our CFO for the next several years. And she's already started off doing a good job and hit the ground running. So we're glad to have her on board. And I just wanted to formally introduce her to you all.
Welcome to Washington County.
But she live in Washington.
Ben,
She live in Washington.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Anything else, Dr. Hudson?
I just want to get this signed, and I'll be out of y'all with.
Sassy. All right. Dr. King, I see you got Mr. Harris down for the business manager for Leland Public School District. There he is. He's just walking in the door.
Yeah, them boy do something.
Morning.
How's everyone? Good morning.
Good morning, Board. The Leland School District is actually opening its school year for traditional learning today. For the students, our teachers came back August 1st for professional development. We're anticipating an annual budget of $15,660,589 for the 23-24 school year. Of that amount, we're looking at district maintenance operations of $3,168,500, with a debt resolution repayment of $652,673, and an additional resolution for our shortfall note of $175,820.
You got a copy for us?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Any questions?
I'm just curious, like everybody, how many
Yes.
students do y'all have now?
700. Yes.
No, that's bad.
Any other questions?
Good, we used to have over 2,000.
Any other questions, Mr.
Yeah, I
Harris?
have some, I got some questions about the ratings of the schools. I wanna get that.
Ratings?
Yeah, all the other schools gave us their rating.
Okay, that.
So Leland,
I'm gonna tell you, like, I listen to them guys, I appreciate them, but I'm not gonna be as pensive as they were. Because I've learned across my years of experience, when you open your mouth and say something like that, folk owe you to that. So, right now, it is on embargo. I can assure you that if it's successful, it's gonna remain successful. But that's all I got for right now.
so what is Leland school rating right now?
It's successful.
And so Leland's a C school?
It's successful. And it's gonna remain successful.
Are we gonna, can we get a breakdown of each school?
High school is successful.
No, I wanna get the rating so we'll know.
Yeah, but honestly, and it's already on the website,
Okay.
the state website. The middle school is a D. The elementary was a C. It slid to a D because of a technicality. The state called us in and said that there were a couple of kids that test off grade level, so they dinged us. So, but high school is a B. Everything in Leland will not, at this point, the district will be successful. It will be successful.
How can we get to a B then? Cause I don't like average.
Well, maybe if you all do some things like Beulah Grove. Beulah Grove got a ministry in their church coming out supporting. It's hard to get what you want at home. gonna have to help motivate some parents. You're gonna have to tell parents, you got to read to your children. I'm gonna read to your children. Most of the folk now wanna do Facebook help. Facebook don't help that. It don't help that.
So I guess Reverend King, clearly for the people who don't know, I'm a Leelander. But I guess the thing is, what more can we do in our community? I hear the churches, get the churches involved.
And we only have one. All those churches over there, we have one. And I'm waiting on the rest. I'm waiting on the rest. And Supervisor Brooks, what we have is a lot of talk. We ain't got much action. Everybody wants what they want, but nobody's willing to do the work. And if we can get some folk who will go into the vineyard and work, I guarantee you we'll get the results. Now, my teachers are working. Principals are working. We have folk working with us. But like you know, folk also work against us and still say they want to be. Still say they want to aid. But you can't work against us to get that. Where there's unity, there's strength. And when you don't have strength, you won't have what you get. And that's usually not what you want.
Well, the thing is, I think with the churches, if we sit there and explain to the churches what the school needs, and I think, well, actually, like I'm at New Zion.
Yeah.
New Zion wants to participate.
Okay.
Reverend Reed is very much active, but the thing is, really talking to the preachers on what we can do, and I think pretty much all the ministers in Leland will most definitely be a part of it. Just telling what is needed, and I can't think of one church that wouldn't get involved.
Okay. We'll try that approach again.
Yes, sir.
Because we've tried it before.
Okay.
But we'll see will it work this time.
We just got to keep trying to make it better.
I'm gonna keep on. Let me ask you this too. When the bridge gonna be open over there?
Actually, we're gonna talk about that earlier today. Actually, what is going on right now? I know it's a lot of stuff I was saying that the bridge did not pass inspection and all of that. Actually, I got something from State Aid. I talked to them on Saturday. Everything is in good condition from State Aid. It's actually on their website. What the State Aid explained to me is that when the inspector, which is Hooker Engineering, they came and inspected, and what they saw, because we have a sidewalk on the side of the bridge as we've had for the last 50 years, Hooker made a request to State Aid that we need someone to come in and determine how much weight can go across the bridge. So that's why the bridge is still closed right now. That's where we are. And so I asked them when we get someone to do the inspection. They're saying they're moving as fast as they can, but the initial inspection is good condition. He gave me the rating. I'm gonna pass it out to the board members because we're gonna discuss this bridge a little later on the agenda.
And the only reason I'm asking because you know how long it's been. We got one way in, one way out.
Yes, sir.
We're getting all kinds of talk from community.
I live in Leland, so they're calling
I'm
me
talking
as
about the
well.
school side.
Yes,
I
sir.
gotta put my teachers out there. They gotta be patrolmen. They gotta be everything. And then go inside and teach.
So right now, it's not us, it's not the county hold up. It's
yeah.
more so we're waiting on the second inspection because of the report that Hooker Engineering submitted because of the side bridge, because they did the other bridge, but for whatever reason, they put on that they felt that we needed another inspection on what weight can go across the bridge. That's pretty much it. So it really is more so now we're waiting on the state to send someone to do an assessment on the weight.
When they gonna send it?
Well, I talked to them on Friday. They said they're moving as fast as they can. They did not give me a date or anything. So as soon as I hear something, I'll let you know.
I sure appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
You know, I hear your comments, Ms. Brooks. But okay, we'll talk about it when we get to Bridge Street Bridge, and we'll share some things with you.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
All right.
Have y'all a good day.
Have a good one.
Okay. Ms. Hines. Mr. Hines requesting, I guess, use of the Expo building
Yes,
for 2024.
yes.
I know you have another meeting, or so you said. What date are you asking for?
Okay, normally this event usually happen in June, around June the 13th, June the 14th, something in between those days when that we have that Northwest District Board Show that we're trying to get back here in Greenville for the kids that's in the
I need a vote to go ahead and waive the fees and allow use of the arena, as long as I got a motion and a second. As long as you get your dates confirmed and it's available.
It's, okay.
All right. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
All right,
Anything else for sign?
What date is it now?
We have
No.
the meeting coming up
There's no
on the
date on it.
17th, and we should have the dates for sure then, and we can get back with y'all on the dates.
All right, appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Banks.
Good morning.
Hey, Ms.
Good
Banks.
morning, good morning. As promised, I told you I was gonna come back to do a presentation. I wanna present this plaque to the Washington County Board of Supervisors for being my fiscal agent. We, the coalition, appreciate you all. Pass this around. And we can't do without you all. We're just so grateful. And I will also like to make a special presentation to Chalisa for putting up with me, standing in for me when I can't make meetings. She had to go to Jackson because I had something to come up where I couldn't stay 2 days. And she's just an excellent boss. I thank y'all for putting me up under her leadership. She's awesome.
Outstanding.
Also, to give you an update of what I'm doing, you know, all of my counties are smoke-free. All of my municipalities in my area are smoke-free. I'm the only director that has everything smoke-free. But Washington County and Greenville have, yeah, that's right. Thank you. But the only thing is that we have Washington County and Greenville with partial ordinances because of the casinos. So you know I'm about to go after the casinos now. All right? Right. I got, on Harlow's, I got a up on that because that's my brother-in-law. Of course you know that. But,
Let us know how it works out.
well, he actually said if Trop does it first, that he would possibly consider it. You know, he can't just have one without the other. So my coalition decided in our last coalition meeting that we're gonna start with Trop Casino. We have a new general manager at Trop that I'm going to meet this month. I'm gonna also partner with the people that have more experience with me in casinos, which is the American Lung, Heart, and Cancer Association and the Partnership for the Healthy Mississippi. We also have a meeting this planned this month. I would love for you all to start attending some of my coalition meetings and some of my meetings. I'll be sending out emails. I get your email address from Chalisa and be sending out emails. And I would love for you to be a part of my coalition also. When is your next meeting? It's going to be on the third Thursday in this month at the Extension Services. Thank you. At the Extension Service.
If you could send me a text at least 2 days in advance, I'll really try to come.
Okay. Also, because I'm doing a project in Washington County, you still qualify for the $5,000 from our Office of Tobacco Control. Please don't leave this money on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
All you have to do is go to Mississippi Department of Health, go to grants. It's called a Technical Assistance Grant, and apply. Also, because you have a policy, a tobacco policy on paper, you qualify for the $50,000 Healthy Hometown Grant. You can do anything healthy with that grant. You can do parks, you can do walking trails, whatever. And I need the county to please apply for that money also. Don't leave that money on the table either. Are there any questions for me? Comments?
Thank you.
Criticisms? Thank you. Okay, y'all have a nice day.
You too. Appreciate you. Mayor Causey?
Good morning.
Hey.
Mayor Parisa Causey, and I'm here just for a little clarity on housing our inmates. We had a shooting where a young girl was killed, and at the time our chief was Addison and the assistant was Howard. And from my understanding, they worked that case and completed it except for one of the escapees, so to speak, was still on the loose. And Washington County took it over and found the young man, brought him in and everything, but we're still paying for him. Every month we're getting a bill close to $4,000 We're already in debt over $20,000 for housing inmates, and I just need a little clarity as to why Attorney Griffin hasn't been here in our prelim cases, for one. And number two, who do the prisoners belong to?
The prisoners actually belong to Hollandale, even though they're housed with the sheriff. Hollandale is responsible for those prisoners to a certain degree. Am I wrong, Mr. Griffin?
That's correct.
Until we.
Mayor,
Come on.
Mayor, that is absolutely not true.
Which one?
What's absolutely not?
That we don't handle your preliminary hearings. Every one of those cases have gone through preliminaries, okay? Now, the problem is not the court, is getting lawyers, public defenders to be there for those cases to be heard, okay? So that is absolutely not true. Those cases have come to Justice Court. Justice Court and I have been in every session, okay? Now, you need to talk to the lawyers, all right? Sheriff can vouch for that. We brought them over there, and their lawyers are not there until they get past the preliminary stage. They're still on you. We don't have any control of how those lawyers handle those cases.
I understand that, but also from my understanding, the ones we're paying for now have already had a prelim. So if they've already had a prelim, why are we still paying for them?
If they have had a prelim, then you need to talk to the Justice Court judges on whether or not they issued minimums or not bound them over.
If they issued what?
Minimums, orders, okay? Those orders should have been issued, all right? But to suggest that we're not doing your preliminary is absolutely untrue. Now, what happened was, your judge down there were doing preliminaries and charging you, and expecting us to come down there when the statute says our jurisdiction is in justice court, not in municipal court.
Judge Pruitt.
Exactly, okay?
Okay.
So I wrote a letter and said, all cases come here. Leland have been bringing their cases there. Leland never complained. And every other municipality, we get them from Greenville now. No complaints, okay? Now, I don't understand why Hollandale's, I don't know that there's a problem with Hollandale, in honest, to be honest with you, okay?
Well, since I've been mayor, no one has brought that to my attention, because just like when they told me that Willie Griffin handled, I said, I haven't seen him. I wouldn't even know him if he came up to me.
But that's because my jurisdiction does not lie in your courtroom, okay? My jurisdiction lie over here in justice.
So you're telling me that my inmates are supposed to come over here?
And they do, okay? When your police officers bring them over here, we hear the cases, every last one of them. All those cases that you're making reference to, we have dealt with timely to get them off of your budget, okay? Now, the one, it wasn't an escape, he was just not arrested in a timely fashion. But, you know, you don't get charged when they're not in custody. The sheriff department placed those people in, that guy in custody, and there was a preliminary hearing, or either that, the lawyers for those people asked for an extension of the preliminary hearing. We set the preliminary hearings, okay? Check the Justice Court, they'll tell you.
So once the preliminary hearing is over with, who do they belong to?
Once the judge ruled, they become
Property
I ain't gonna say property, they become prisoners of the county.
Okay. So now I'm still seeking clarity. If they've had their prelim, why are we still paying the bill?
Chad, you wanna help?
Yes, sir. If you have anybody that we charge, if they already have a preliminary hearing, if you get that paperwork to us, and I get with the administrator, and I get with out. But I don't see no way that we'll be charging people once they get to the preliminary hearing. And I don't think that we had no bill saying for 1 month that y'all had to pay $4,000.
4,000. It was 3,700 and some odd dollars.
I don't think that would be for 1 month.
Then we had a,
We'll look at it on all the things. Once they go to Clement and here, they're turned over to Washington County. And we would not bill anybody for it once it's turned over to Washington County.
okay, the bill in reference of the 3,700 and some odd dollars was from April to June. We received that bill in June. The bill from July was from June till July for 3,600 and some odd dollars. If they've had the prelim, that means they would turn over to you guys. So why are we still paying the money?
Madam Mayor, how many people did you have in custody?
3.
3. For how long? Where's the bill you talking about?
I don't have it with me.
Okay.
The first bill, like I said, is from April to June. The next bill was from June till July. That's 1 month.
And those are the only felons you had to come through the system in Holiday?
Yes,
Sure about that?
that's all I've seen the bill on.
You get us a copy of the bill. It don't matter, Mr. Griffin, well, this will be a fellow, which are, this will be also. If you get us a copy of the bill, if there's anything wrong, then we'll correct it. Just get us a copy of the bill. Whatever bill that you said that we overcharged in, give us the bill, we will look at it, we can prove it in there, we know how long people been in there, we know what the criminal is. So get a copy to me, or either to the sheriff's department, or either to the corrections facility, we're correct.
Well, as of Thursday of last week, I called to verify that bill, the last bill that we received, and I talked with Miss,
Causey, Mayor Causey.
yes,
Let me let you and the sheriff and Mr. Griffin get together, where you all can resolve this matter, and hopefully to your satisfaction. If not, come back.
Mr. President, we don't have to get together. I don't think the clear is this, that if you would tell her, just get us a copy of those bills, and we can take care of that.
Can you get a copy of those bills today?
today,
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever you get, it'll be fine, and we'll take care of it.
Yeah, just get a copy of those bills and get back with the sheriff, see if you can get it worked out. If you all can't get it resolved, then, give us a shout.
sure I will.
Anything else we can help you with, Ms.
No.
Causey?
That's it, thanks for all your help and all you do
Thank
for
you.
Holiday.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, now, let me get to the agenda. I'm gonna have to add another person to the additions. I fail to add Mr. Andrew Smith. And I'd like to have a motion to go ahead and add Ms. Smith to the agenda.
So moved.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What we gonna start out with, election commission or what? What we start with?
Yeah, well, Pafford Ambulance.
Pafford Ambulance Service?
Yes, sir.
I told him the same thing.
Good
Give
morning.
us your names, please, instead of just Pafford Ambulance Service.
Absolutely. Freddie Parker, Director of Operations for Pafford Ambulance.
Okay,
Shane Davidson, I'm the COO of Pafford, Louisiana, and Mississippi.
you got that?
So, good morning. Morning. And I know most of you guys are aware, we've been operating the ambulance service in Washington County since 2017. We've kept up our rural trucks, our rural status in the Hollandale area and the Leland area. Our costs are going up significantly. We've operated since 2017 without ever coming to the county for direct funding. In comparison's sake, every county around you right now for their ambulance service is paying up in the 6 digits for ambulance service. We have been able to hold off as long as we could, so we are now asking for some direct funding to keep the ambulance service at the level that it's at right now. So, I know one of the biggest issues in the beginning was some of the rural response. So since we've been here, the ambulances have remained in the rural areas, like I said, as well as the coverage in Greenville also. So again, we're now asking for some direct funding from the county.
Ely?
What are you asking for? So the request is for $200,000 annually, and of course that can be broken down monthly. That's how most counties do it with us.
Yeah, well, on something like that also, just a couple things.
know we're a little different in a lot of counties. You know, your actual contract is with the hospital, correct? So I would think it would have to go through that avenue. Have y'all approached them?
We have talked to the hospital, and of course, they're obviously in.
Okay, and then the other thing that we would wanna look at too, me personally, before, and of course, I do think since y'all took the ambulance service over, I personally has near about as many complaints, you know, I think y'all done a pretty good job, a better job, than the previous ones. So I think y'all are, you know, doing a good job. That's not the point. The only thing that I would like to see before I would be in favor of anything like that, I would like to see, you know, what y'all are losing possibly, or what y'all are making a year, and I know you're not prepared to show that today or anything like that, but I couldn't be in favor of just saying, yeah, let's do this, and then, you know, we have no idea what your books look like, you know. And like I said, I'm sure y'all are not ready for that today, but I would have to look at it and say, okay, well, you know, hey, it's that old thing, trust but verify, you know, I mean, just because you're saying it, I would like to see it, and, because absolutely, we've got to have a successful ambulance service here, and I do think y'all are doing a good job, but I'm not in a position today to make anything move like that, and also, I think that would have to be a talk between us and the hospital, some talks between us and the hospital also. And again, that's just my opinion on that, so, but I realize it's getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, so, I mean, just, you know, in realization, the cost of labor is through the roof. Our ambulances used to cost about $105,000, they're about $165,000 for an ambulance now. A cardiac monitor that goes in an ambulance is about $35,000 now. These costs are just, they've gotten exorbitant.
Anyone
The
else?
fuel.
I'm sorry. Where you finished?
It-
Where you finished?
I was gonna say, even our fuel expenses, you know, 10 cents a gallon on fuel, you know, just absolutely just puts us out.
Did anybody else want to say anything?
The only problem that I've had, complaint I've had, is they use the ambulance from Hollandale to travel.
Transport.
Once it leave, usually leave Greenville, move to Stoneville. Leland ambulance usually come to our court, so we kind of shorten it, but that hasn't been happening.
Yeah, of course, and it depends how busy it is at the time. The goal is to move somebody to cover, you know, if it's available. But it's a very busy system here. And the other side of this is our reimbursement. I mean, where we get paid from. It's a very, very high Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay population. And it's very, very difficult to get by on mainly government funding as your primary payer for reimbursement.
Ms. Brooks.
The only thing I would say, you know, I mean, I understand what is going on, because, you know, at the end of the day, Medicaid was not expanded, and of course, we do have a large portion of people in our county that are uninsured, and so at the end of the day, we will most definitely have to, need, you know, good service with the ambulance company. I think where we should go now is, the request that has been made, I think we need to create a line item there in our budget for our 2023-2024 budget, because we need to be prepared to offset if we want to, you know, continue to have the services that we do have with Packard.
Okay.
Again, I think we just need to start with the hospital, because they're actually contracted with the hospital. And there's no doubt, again, trust, verify, I believe y'all, I'd like to see it. But again, we also have to take into consideration too that, you know, we have a hospital that's, you know, trying to get back on its feet, and, you know, that we may have to do some adjustments there at some point, and, you know, so I guess my question now would be, when you talk to the hospital, what was the answer that you were given to that?
If they were not in the financial shape.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured, so there needs to be some more discussion, you know, our board, their board, and, you know, and all of us to kind of, the downside to this is y'all come to us on the 11th hour on our budget, because we're getting ready to publish our budget, and we had to do a lot of cutting just to get to where we are now, but not to say, again, we've got to have an ambulance service, and we've got to have a hospital. We're all aware that that's got, you know, we have to do everything we can. So I'm just saying, I'm not in a position today, but I'm how we can get there to assist not only y'all, but the hospital. So there's just gonna have to be some more discussions to be made, to have on this.
And I'm kind of like Supervisor Gordon, I have to see it. You know, when you talk about the expenses of, you know, the employees' employment, and you talk about the expenses of fuel and everything else, we have those same expenses, those same problems. You know, and like Supervisor Gordon was saying, we're going through the budget right now, and we're trying to find the happy medium where we can be. I don't know how your contract was structured with the hospital, and had never seen it, but I don't know if it gave you the option to make a request like this at any point in time, you know, but let's just see where we go from here. But it's extremely difficult, and I'm gonna tell this board, we're in pretty rough shape to make this kind of a commitment on this day. But we'll see how it goes.
I just want to say one other thing. We do know, you know, we could go talk to the hospital, but all of us at this table know where we stand with the hospital. So at the end of the day, we're gonna make, gonna make the real decision. And at the end of the day, on that piece, we still need to make sure we have that service of a viable ambulance services. So I just think we need to identify how we're gonna move forward on that, because we know that we can't reach out and get anything from the hospital at this point.
Okay, Dudley, I'm sorry.
So y'all been here since what, 17?
17.
Have y'all lost money every year?
No, just coming up into it now.
This will be the first year you lost money.
Yeah, we've had about 2 years, and we have just in full transparency, the reimbursement that we have in Washington County is the lowest of any county we operate in.
On kind of the number of runs, the load.
Combined, the number of runs versus, the amounts that are reimbursed.
And two, and I'm not trying to look back and say I told anybody so or anything, but when we were going through this, it seemed like, and I think maybe, I don't know if Greg was here at that time, but I said, a lot of times when people are trying to earn the business of somebody or trying to get it, they kind of sell it a little short, and I felt like it even at that time it was, and I said, because I knew I spent 25 years in emergency service here, so I know there's a lot of running here and a lot of cost involved with that, so, so it may have come in a little cheap at the beginning anyway, just to get started, but let us look at it and let us just see, because in the end, we've got to have, coverage.
Yeah, it's definitely the lowest in the area by far, what we're doing now. But a lot of times, yes, when you go into the contract, the number is a lot higher. And, we came in at the same price that the previous provider was functioning at the time. And of course, that was 2017 numbers as well. That's not today's numbers. But, we gotta make a move somewhere.
Anyone else? Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
I'll reach out to you.
Okay.
And we'll get with our CFO and see what reports you want, have something that's just for once again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hanson?
Election commission.
Ms. Thompson?
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Coming before the board this morning, making a request on behalf of the election commission and the poll workers.
Is this from Ms. Hanson? All of this from Ms.
All
Hanson?
of y'all.
Okay.
We're requesting that the poll workers get an increase of $75 per election to make the amount 200. As of now, they're getting paid $125 to work somewhere around 14 to 16 hours a day. And on that election day, and according to our Attorney General, she actually made the request for that increase. For that, and also the also for the pickup of the cans and the delivery of the materials afterwards. The amount used to be $10, but they have increased it to $25 for pickup and $25 to return. And before, they were only getting paid $20. And I just look at the mere fact that I have someone that has to drive at least somewhere between 32 to 37 miles to come pick up the cans and then take it back.
I'm sorry, Lee?
Are you having trouble getting any workers?
Yes, a lot of trouble.
We think this will help,
This may encourage it.
We don't have the
because
workers yet?
I can say this,
The
I've
list
had
tomorrow.
2 people to drop out this morning because of illness, they say.
Okay.
So we're, even last night, we were training people that had dropped out early on in the week. So to replace those people, whatever we have to do to make sure they're trained, we're trying to get it done before tomorrow.
So move.
I've got a motion and a second. You already have this money in your budget for the increase?
I'm gonna say yes, we do have the money in the budget. Yeah, yes.
All right,
According to
I
our
got a motion.
administrator.
I got a motion and a second for approval. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
What was the motion? Exactly.
The motion was to approve the increase.
Increase $200 to it's a $75 increase, and then the pickup went from 20 to 25 or 45.
Oh,
It- the-
Ms.
yeah,
Brooks,
pick up and
he's got it in
return.
front of him.
Hold on,
Yes.
because I'm looking at this,
What is that?
and this is what it says, that the poll manager shall be
Can't hear you.
entitled, the poll manager shall be each entitled to, $75, so it really was 75, should have been $75. However, the board of supervisors can go up to $200, but according to the AG, it was, the statutory amount was $75, so it's really $125.
I thought it was making
Yes, sir.
125. And they increased it to 75 to get
Well,
to
I'm
200.
looking at it effective July 1, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. The poll manager shall be each entitled to $75 for each election. However, the board of supervisors may, in its discretion, pay the poll manager an additional amount not to exceed $125.
I got a question.
So-
So, you said poll manager, poll worker.
Poll
That-
workers,
those-
all the people that
That's
actually.
the poll manager and poll workers, correct?
Right, well, poll managers are everybody that works
Yes.
under the poll anyway.
Oh,
So,
okay.
It's plural in here.
yes.
Right.
What you
So it's
recommending?
for all, what's that still?
I recommend you pay the additional $125 that she requested.
She's
It's
requesting
really a hundred,
75.
it's really a hundred, you
She
We
requested,
actually, we already get paid the $125. So we're asking for the $75 to make it even to the 200.
I
Make
mean,
it
that,
even 200.
she made requests
Yeah.
in the agenda,
Uh-uh.
that's correct. The motion still stands, Mr. President.
Everybody understand? You good, Ms. Griffin?
yes,
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Anything else you need, Mr. Thompson?
No, sir, not at this moment.
Appreciate you.
Thank y'all.
Alrighty. What else, Ms. Anderson?
Washington County Economic Development Alliance.
All right, Washington County Economic Alliance.
Good morning.
All right, give us your name and your position with Economic Alliance.
My name is Mary Catherine Brooks. I am the new chamber director for the Washington County Economic Alliance. This is my 5th day on the job.
Outstanding.
I mostly wanted to come by and introduce myself. For the ones of you who may not know me, I've been in the region for about 10 years, Leland residents. Right now, Justin Birch, the new executive director for the WCEA, and I are working together on multiple projects from placemaking and workforce development, and just want to introduce myself and see if y'all had any questions for me. Otherwise, I will be seeing y'all at future board meetings.
Any questions?
It was a long time to wait, wasn't it, to just introduce yourself, wasn't it?
I know. That's fine, though. Learned a lot today.
Outstanding. Evidently, there are no questions, but congratulations on your new position.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Brooks.
Bruce Street.
Oh, Free Street Bridge. That's what we are.
Okay, so, on Thursday, it was brought to my attention, that the president of the board of supervisors, shared with this board that there was some deficiencies with the design. Is that correct, Mr. President?
There was some deficiencies, some concerns with the bridge itself in the manufacturer. Bring Lorenzo up.
Okay.
Mr.
No,
Anderson, did you come up?
Well, I just want to ask a question. When you brought that to our attention, where did you get that from?
I got that from State Aid.
Okay.
I had got a phone call from State Aid
Okay.
about the Bree Street Bridge.
Okay.
And how there was some deficiencies discovered during the inspection.
Okay.
And therefore, they did not approve it I had gotten several phone calls
I'm facing that to all the board members.
from the superintendent,
Mm.
from the superintendent as well as other citizens in Leland. Now, Mr. Anderson can address whatever deficiencies they may have been, whether it's with piling, caps, spans, or whatever. Are you aware of the inspection, Mr. Anderson?
Well, I have a question. Can I
Well,
finish asking
I'm trying to
question?
finish answering your
I
question.
know, but you're not answering my question.
I'm trying to answer it now.
All right, but he doesn't need to answer my question. I'm talking
That's
about.
part of my answer.
All right, he's not a part of my answer.
Well, he's part of my answer to your
Okay,
question.
I would like to complete.
But you want to ask me another question before I finish that one?
Well, I would like to share
Well, let me-
what
let me
state
finish answering
aid
your
shared
question.
with me.
I just want to finish answering the
Well,
question.
Lorenzo, I really don't want to hear from you right now, okay?
You can't do that. I
Okay.
want to hear from you.
But I'm telling you, I don't want to hear from you.
You answer me. Mr. Anderson, talk to me about, from an engineering perspective,
No.
about the concerns that were raised in the inspection, the technical talk, whatever it is.
First of all,
Why?
there's no discrepancy. This is a bridge that was newly built, and I can't say publicly is ready for traffic, but people have been driving over it, moving the barricades. We were just waiting for the state to determine the weight for it. So the word is, when you say discrepancy,
I said deficiency.
I'm sorry, deficiency. That's critical. That sounds like the bridge is not functional.
A critical finding.
Right.
Is what it is.
So that's not a critical finding.
Yes, it is. Let me deal with. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Answer the question.
So I answered the question.
Okay. A critical finding is a discrepancy on the bridge.
Deficiency.
The bridge is requiring a load rating. A load rating. That could take up to 2 weeks or 2 months before they come in and do the load rating because of these critical findings. There was a question about the bridge span itself having the drain ports. Is that true?
So
Let me
that's
talk to
not
the
a
other
critical
engineer.
finding.
Just, that may not be. That would not shut the bridge down and close it to traffic. But when there's a question about the pilings, the caps, or the span, that's an issue or concern for the traveling public, the state is not going to allow that bridge to open. That's why it's closed now. Now, I'm gonna tell, go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, I've been trying to get information from the state for about 3 weeks.
Mhm.
When we got finished with the bridge, I alerted the state to come and look at the bridge.
Mhm.
I haven't received a report.
Well, I got the report from State Aid. I talked to them on Friday.
Right.
They sent it to me, and I just passed it out to everybody.
But it seems like they're not contacting the engineer, they're contacting you directly, Mr. President, and they're not communicating with us on all these findings and all this communication that you're receiving. And we're the engineers on the bridge, and we're not receiving all this information. So I'm trying to see where to break down the communication, because once you put out there that you have critical findings, you're saying there's a deficiency in the bridge, right?
Well, let me ask you, what are the reasons that the state would not allow a bridge to open? Give us an example.
A pile, you have a wooden pile that's.
Well, there are no wood piles on this project now. Specific to this project, what is it about this project
They're
that
waiting
would,
for the.
that would state would now allow it open?
I think what Bristol is trying to get to that
Well,
the
I want
state has-
you to get to something. Now, you the engineer.
I know. I'm
Be
gonna
clear
fix
with
my-
this board and explain to this board an example of what's going on based on your engineering experience.
I understand your question.
Why the state would not allow the public to travel on this brand new $1 million bridge.
They will not allow, like I said before, they've inspected the bridge, is in good condition. They want to know if they need a load rating on there. So what they do is they get another consultant to look at it until the consultant gets finished with what they recommend, which no one knows what they have recommended now.
Okay.
Everything is an assumption, what you're saying, that it may have a low rate, it may not have a low rate. We do not know because we haven't received anything from the state or a consultant on it.
What is it about
Well, first
a
of all, I
brand new bridge that would make the state even want a load rating? Why would they do that?
Well, I let
me
answer
talk to
that.
the
I
other
know
engineer.
that, but I like to speak. I've been trying to
No.
speak for the longest.
But I'm not finished, Ms.
No,
Brooke. I'm
I know
trying to
you're
answer
not
your
finished.
question.
I'm answering my own
But you
question.
asked me a question, Ms.
I
Brooke.
know, right, but you won't allow me to speak.
Well,
Mr.
I'm trying to answer your question.
You're not answering my question.
Yes, I am.
Mr.
I'm
President,
getting there. Yes,
you're
ma'am.
you're not allowing
Well,
me to
until
speak.
I finish. Now you're out of order. You're not ready.
I'm not out of order, because
Ms.
you're
Anderson.
answering questions not accurate.
Mr. Anderson,
What was the
give
question
us,
again?
now, I'm trying to be as clear as I can. We have $1 million bridge sitting over there that the public cannot use. But the state, not me, no one else, has denied travel on this bridge for a reason.
You say
And I want you,
deny. The word deny, they're going through the process of, they never received, they said that do not open the bridge.
well, you gonna open it today?
What?
Are you going to open it?
They haven't said do not open the bridge. They're saying they're going through the process of, to see what they need to do to open the bridge. They closed the bridge a year and a half ago. The state is going to look at it, and the only reason they're looking at it
No,
because
the
it
bridge
has
been
a sidewalk.
closed for 6 years. Let's
Right.
be clear about that.
And because it has a sidewalk on it.
Okay, well, let's go to the sidewalk then, okay? There is a sidewalk on this bridge, beautiful new bridge. And there's a railing along the sidewalk that runs out into a lot, a field. I'm not calling it a field, it's like
It's
an
not a
open
field.
area.
It's in the city. It's not a field in
It's a
Leland.
park. They run out on, it runs straight out on the grass.
I got pictures in my update.
Okay, in here?
Yes.
Okay, but if you'll see the railing run straight out into the grass, where in the pedestrian walkway, if I'm wrong now, you tell me, stops maybe 4 feet to the end of the railing. This railing going out into this open area has a bump stop on it. The same thing you would have when in traffic is coming. It actually has no reflective markings on it.
That's not accurate.
It has no reflective markings on it. It does not turn with the curvature of the road. It goes straight out into this lot. Now, that's not a deficiency. They won't close the bridge for that.
Right.
But I think if you would have built that bridge in other communities, you wouldn't have built it with these small errors. I think it's extremely inappropriate. Go and look for yourselves. You cannot force people to walk out into a dirt area that may be mud or something like that. My thing is that railing should have turned with the curve of the road. The sidewalk should have come down past the railing and tapered into the road instead of forcing pedestrians to walk out into the street. Very minor. But you need the striping on it, on the road as well, on the approach. Here we are, 3 weeks after they said they finished it, and none of those basic things are done. My request is that everyone in the sound of my voice go over and take a look at this bridge. Now, I don't know who accepted it and said it was time for it to be inspected. It's time for it to open to the public. But when the inspection happened, this $1 million bridge still remains closed. Now, I don't know what kind of song and dance is about to be put on for you, but take a look for yourself. Take a look for yourself. Don't be misled. Don't be fooled. And please don't be hoodwinked about what you're about to hear. Oh, no, I gotta go to Ms. Brooks.
Okay, Mr. President, a lot of information you put out is very inaccurate. So on Friday, I had opportunity to talk to State Aid, and he said it is report out there. The report is on the website, but he screenshotted to me, he sent it to my phone, and I printed it out. And on this report, State Aid, it said the concerns about the design. He said that's inaccurate. He told me that because State Aid approved the design, they didn't find any errors with the design at all. When I heard about this from the board meeting, I was not here on Thursday. I called him because I want to get clarity because it's in my district and I live in that community. And so I said, well, was any inspections failed? He said, he pulled the report up, he said there were no inspections failed at all. I said, well, the concern is, a person in the community, but actually on the school board, reported that it was that the inspections had failed, and also Ms. Williams reported in one of her speeches that that bridge had inspections, the inspections failed in one of her reports when she was campaigning. So it really did catch my attention to identify what was the problems, because I want to get some clarity. And in the board meeting, when he said the design failed or it was some problems with the design, I wanted to find out. And so he sent it to me, state aid. He told me it was a rating of a 7. The highest you can get is a 9. They say very seldom get a 9 on it. But they said that on here it has good condition on everything with the bridge. He explained to me the reason why it was why they have not opened it. Well, he didn't even say open. He said the reason why we're where we are today is because Hooker, in his report, he put down it was a sidewalk on the bridge. And I was like, well, what's the problem? I said, it's always been a sidewalk on the bridge. And he said, well, because there's a sidewalk, Hooker felt that we needed to get another inspection on the weight that goes on the bridge. It wasn't so much the state aid made this decision. Hooker Engineering submitted that in, and that's where we are now. But you're telling me that there are some problems that you said state aid told you that there was some problems with the design. Now on Friday, they said none of that, and he directed me to this, and it's on their website. He said, Ms. Brooks, there were no findings with any problems with the design or no inspection. So I guess the concern is, you know, putting that information out is really scaring the people of Leland, and they're calling me about it when state aid is saying one thing totally different from President McGee and 2 other people that's saying it's erroneous information. And my concern is I don't want to put people in fear of something that's not accurate. Now, are you telling me this information that state aid submitted to me that's on their webpage is incorrect, sir?
What I'm telling you is state aid decided to not open that bridge. And it wasn't because it's a sidewalk.
So they're lying to me?
You gonna let me finish?
Okay.
Vehicles do not travel on the bridge, on the sidewalk. It is, if the sidewalk was the problem, close the pedestrian sidewalk. But right now, take a look and see for yourselves. The bridge is closed, and it's going to take a load rating to get it reopened. Now that could take up from 2 weeks or as much as 2 months. As much as 2 months.
So
We've had bridges, oh, wait a minute, you did that.
as you should.
We've had bridges in this county that needed to be load rated, and all of you know, it took a pretty good period of time. But now what we can do and what we will do is, because the citizens are being inconvenienced in Leland, we're gonna call and actually ask for some assistance to expedite this process, to get this bridge open. But these minor cosmetic things that we talked about, Mr. Anderson, we'll work together to try to get the appropriate railing on it. So we can come around with the road, and the actual bump stop can be toward the traffic.
Well, actually,
Actually,
the railing.
You got to let me finish.
Can I finish? I'm about to say the railing is not a problem because it's getting ready to be a park out there, and we want to keep the railing like that because we want to make sure.
No.
I mean, you don't live in Leland, I do.
The railing is for traffic.
In Leland,
And if you're going to make that curve,
No, we don't want it like
you
that.
need the appropriate the striping on it.
But sir, we
The
don't have
reflective
But
striping for the
you're
traffic.
not a resident of Leland, and actually, the people in the community don't have a problem with the railing. They like the railing because if we're gonna have a park out there, you have a railing that's straight that keeps any car from accidentally driving into the
You gonna let
area
me
with a
finish?
park. No, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
You finish and I'll
So
finish up.
I'm letting you know, we do
Oh,
not
wait a
want to change that railing. But for clarity, I just wanna be sure, you're telling me, state aid is incorrect for telling me that they, bringing the load bearing, inspector there is not because of the sidewalk, is that what you're saying?
What I'm telling you is this, because I've had numerous calls from people in Leland and the amount of money that was spent taxpayer dollars, I'm going to get involved with this bridge.
Oh, now you're not gonna acknowledge.
If you're gonna let me finish.
Okay, go on.
All right. We're gonna make sure we make the phone call to expedite the load rating. And yes, we are going to get the railing that's appropriate. And we're gonna get the striping that needs to be done. and a bridge completed that the citizens of Leland deserve, they want it, and we're gonna provide it for them. The things that bring me in, when you spend $1 million of taxpayers' money, no, I don't live there, but I work on this board, and I'm president of the board. So yes, I will be getting involved, and we'll make this work.
Everyone, we're all involved.
I'm sorry. Lee?
I got a question. Why do they load ready bridge?
They a low rated bridge for, I mean, it's hundreds of reasons that can.
Every single new bridge get low rated?
No.
Yes.
Every single one?
Yeah, you do it.
Okay,
you gotta see-
so on this bridge, on some new bridges that I see through the county, there's not a load rating before you cross that bridge. So you're telling me there won't be a load rating on this bridge? They won't load rate this bridge?
You asked me the question, do a new bridge get low rated, right?
Every bridge get low rated.
That was your question, if a new bridge get low rated. Yeah, you have to do a low rating to know what kind of load it takes. The state has to do it on their part. You know, we designed the bridge. We're fine with it. The state, it's like you said, we trust but verify. That's what they're doing. They trust and but verify.
So that bridge, as y'all designed, what should it, what's the load rate on that bridge?
H20, anything for school bus.
So poundage, I mean, what's the weight?
Numbers.
The number's
H20,
80,000.
Yeah, it was like 80,000. But it was more like highway. It was like anything on the highway. It's not for a federal. It's a local street. You know, an 18-wheeler fully loaded shouldn't be going down there anyway. But it's for school
It's gotta
buses.
go to the schools. I mean, don't 18-wheelers take stuff
No,
to the schools?
sir, no.
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 So you're telling me
Let the
no
other engineer
18-wheelers?
No, I live in Leland. We don't have that in our community.
Yeah, 18-wheeler can. I was saying a loaded. You know how you have different loads for 18-wheelers. But I'm saying a load that's for a federal highway for that's over limit shouldn't be on that bridge.
I guess what I'm asking, what did y'all design it for? What was the weight? What's the weight supposed to
H20,
poundage?
Right.
How heavy?
H20 is about 30 kilos.
So if that bridge is load rated anything less than that, there's some problems.
No, because it's.
Well, then if it's designed for that, it's
Let's just
60,000,
wait.
and
When
if they load rate
what
one.
a load rating is, then we haven't heard from the state.
That's what I'm saying. So if it is load rated below that, there's some problems with the bridge. You designed it for 60,000 pounds. If it's load rated at 40,000.
No, it's an opinion. There's not something that's wrong with the bridge. It's a different engineer. You have 3 lawyers, you have 3 engineers, you get 3 different opinions. That's what I'm saying. It don't mean something wrong with the bridge. We have to come to a consensus of what we think it is. They could say it's 20,000.
Okay, so I guess let me say this. So every bridge, which I've forgotten the number in this county, but every bridge in this county has a sign up, and every one of them's load rated?
No.
Every bridge.
No.
Some bridges need a sign that don't have a sign.
That's what I'm saying. There are bridges out there, new bridges, that do not have, if there's a sign up there, that means there's a problem, that they're load rated. When we get to, like you said, there was bridges that was closed, we were waiting to be load rated because there were problems with it, and they don't wanna put that much weight on it, is what I'm saying. So if this bridge is load rated beyond that, it seems to me there are some issues, may not be critical, but there are some issues. And the next thing I would say, let me finish, the next thing I would say, and I brought this up to a while back, and it would have solved some of this. Anytime there's a bridge being built by y'all or whoever, that's the reason to send the design to state aid before you build it. That is a state aid road, that is a state aid route. In the past, every time we do one, even though it's county money being paid for, we still send those designs to the state aid for their approval for the future, and then we wouldn't be in this position maybe we're in now, that we're in now, that they could have looked at that and maybe caught some things, even if it's not critical, is not what I'm saying. If it's even anything, they could have caught it, and we wouldn't be in this position that we are now, and we could have it open, and that's all I'm saying, in the future, do that.
Lee, they did send it design.
Not beforehand, I asked him in a meeting, That design was not, before y'all started that bridge, that design was not approved by state aid. Is that right?
Right, sir.
Okay, it was not.
Okay, they told me they went through design. They said if there was a problem with design, they would have stopped it. Now, this what the gentleman told me on
They
Friday.
didn't have the designs. They didn't have the designs before, because remember, we were all here and I brought that up. I asked him, did they send it? He said no. I said, in the future, start doing that. That way we can catch some things before they happen.
That was before we do power testing. We do power testing where we send the plans to the state. You asked me that question before power testing. Power testing where you have to submit the power test. One of the problems we have, and we shouldn't even have this conversation public, is it's like public officials have this question about load rate. The public is going to have a sense of, a bridge that's not safe to go around. So when you throw out the word load rating, what you're talking about is weight limits. A load rating is when you load rate a bridge, it may be 80,000, maybe 60,000 pounds, but a weight limit is this weight should not go over this bridge. You are assuming no one has received anything about what a weight limit is. We're looking for the worst possible situation, but we constantly having this conversation before you even get the information. All this is speculative.
Well, let me do this. One thing we have to do, Mr. Anderson, we have to be honest with the public. We have to be open and honest. And the bridge is shut down, and it's currently waiting for a load rating. Is that not true?
That is so true.
That is very, very true. So let's not mislead the public. But we have to be open and honest with them.
We're waiting for a load rating. That's all we're doing is waiting.
If you do a state aid bridge right now, do you send the designs to them as soon as you get the designs before you do any POW testing, anything? Do you send those designs for their approval on that design?
If they fund the project.
Correct. That's what we need to do. If it is on a state aid route, even though that we are funding it, those designs need to go to state aid before we ever start anything. That way we will have these problems.
You're assuming that, sir. They will still do the same thing. They will have a inspection at the end of the project, and they will do a load rating for that bridge.
Let me say this, and then let me just put it to you this way. I'm one person, but I got sense enough to know if we're having problems, me personally, I'm making a motion that in the future, if y'all are the engineers, send the design to the state aid if it's on a state aid route.
Wait a minute.
That way we won't have this problem.
Lee.
We would just send it to them like we've been doing in the past.
Lee.
I'm just one person. I can't do that by myself. But that just makes sense. We won't be in this situation.
Lee, I think there's statute, right, Mr. Anderson? Right, Mr. Anderson? That required what he just talking about. Yeah, they just sent it to you last week.
We can just not have this problem.
I'm gonna share the email. I'll share the email too, but it's
Share
required.
with me too, Mr. President.
I
so
with
can
you.
get your email, 'cause
There's a bunch of information that's
Oh.
going out.
Yeah, you don't have me on your. I don't have you on my list, but Supervisor Gordon and Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it's required by law, Lee, and they have to comply with that. And I'll show it to you, Mr. Anderson.
Also share it with me as well, since it's talking about the bridge in my district,
All right.
because they told me, apparently they told you one thing and they told me something different. And they sent me the paperwork, but I guess they sent you none.
All
Now,
right.
the proof is in the pudding from state aid on their website, ain't nothing wrong with the bridge now. So and if a story, I guess you saying state aid lied to me and they lied on their website. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is,
Okay.
the bridge is closed.
And
after being
explain
completed
why.
almost a month.
Okay, and like I said, they explained.
Be careful
I'm
with the
very clear.
malarkey, the BS that people are putting down.
Well, why are you saying, so you saying state aid is telling us BS?
The bridge is closed.
All right, state aid explained to
But we're going to
Supervisor Marla Brooks why it's not open. The gentleman was real clear, because we have a sidewalk on it. Hooker Engineer made a request for a weight test to come in from the inspector. That's the only reason why I had Hooker and I said we need a weight test for the sidewalk. It would be open. Now, this is what was brought to my attention on Friday, and he referenced me to the website, and he screenshot it and sent it to my phone. You can go on the website today and see that there is nothing wrong with the bridge. They said on all levels, they said good condition on everything. So the piece that you're saying there's some deficiencies, the gentleman was real clear, they didn't see any deficiencies. I'm going with state aid, and I'm going with what they told me was on the website, and I sent you gentlemen what they screenshot from the website and gave it to me, and I'm sharing it with you guys.
I just got one question.
Come on, Lee.
So if everything's fine, we shouldn't see, when I go on these new bridges, I don't see the orange sign with a load rating on it.
No.
On the new bridge. So I shouldn't see an orange sign with a load rating on it.
Okay, thank you.
I've been waiting 2 years. Discussion about we just wait. This whole problem is we're waiting on state aid.
Thank you. Hey,
That's the whole thing we're doing.
No, state aid has requested for a load rating, which is outsourced. So we're not waiting on state aid, we're waiting on, they outsource as, from my understanding.
What?
They do.
That
But
comes,
they work for state aid.
yeah, but they're a private company that works for state aid.
They report to state aid.
That's right. So they're waiting, state aid is waiting on them to come and do the load
And
test.
who do they report to?
State aid.
So
Also,
we're waiting on state aid.
yeah.
We're waiting on them to do the load test.
Also, let's be clear now, when they did the
I'm gonna have to
initial
move on, but come on,
testing,
Ms. Brooks.
the initial assessment, that was outsourced too. They outsourced at the hooker, so any type of testing they do in altogether, it appears they outsourced everything. So when they came in and did the inspection, they outsourced it to hooker. Hooker went and did the inspection and came back and said that I think that y'all need to do another test. This is off of Hooker's recommendation. Let's be clear now. They made a Hooker made a recommendation to state aid and said, I think you need to do another test on the bridge because it has a sidewalk. But what Hooker failed to realize, they built a bridge, the same type of bridge on George Holloway and Leland, and guess what? It has the same type of bridge, the same type of sidewalk on it, and guess what? When the bridge was built, they inspected them, Hooker did the inspection itself, and guess what? They did not make requests when they were the engineer on that project in Leland, Mississippi, on George Holloway. So I guess because they're not the engineer, I guess
Project engineer.
they're not the engineer anymore. So they were the one that made the request to state aid. So that's how we got there, okay? Off a recommendation of Hooker Engineering.
I'd be very careful about making disparaging remarks about any private individual, any private business, as loudly as loud as we've been doing it.
Well, I'm not talking
Let's
about.
be, excuse me, please. We have to be very, very careful when we start making those comments and calling names.
I agree with you.
We're gonna move on with this.
I
I'm gonna
agree
come
with
to
you,
Mr.
Mr.
Gordon,
President.
and I'm gonna let you finish, Ms. Brooks.
I just think after the load rating's done, I think that will answer some questions.
Yeah, Ms. Brooks. You
I'm
good?
done, but I agree
All right.
with you on calling out because you've done a lot of calling out.
We're gonna make sure that we
Because sometimes they create liabilities with private companies.
get the load rating done as expeditiously as possible, so we can do what due diligence and make sure the taxpayers of Leland get what they deserve and what they need.
let's get into.
Anything else?
Also, we left out people out here. They still out here. Delta,
All right.
DHS.
Hold on a minute. There was a motion on the floor? Second to do what?
Oh, no, you said that's state by state, that they're supposed to do that.
Yeah, there's a statute, a state code, and I will forward it to Mr. Anderson and the board, make sure everybody understands. They're required by statute and by code to present those specs prior to any work being done. And where are we now? That was Bruce Street. Ms. Smith,
Also, no, we
Yes, ma'am.
still got Delta.
we got them on the list.
She went on the
Good
was she on the
morning.
agenda?
How are you all this morning?
The health department, the Department of Human
Awesome.
Services.
We're gonna get
The first item under my report this morning is regarding the Chamber School building in Arcola. Mills and Mills architect is present and he has a written report, but do want to disclose to the board, over the weekend, the building is chained up. Entrance should not occur. Someone sawed the bars off of a window, the door, sawed the bars off of the door, went in the building and knocked out all the windows up top. So
Recently?
yes, over the weekend. So when the contractor got there this morning, they discovered that there had been a lot of vandalism.
And this is in which building?
It's in the building that
In
Timbo is
Arcola.
working on now.
In Arcola.
Arcola, Chambers Middle School
So
building.
I got a question, how do we, I mean, once they start doing the work and they put the stuff in, you know, when they start renovating, how do we protect it so it won't happen
You
again?
can't protect somebody from going out there with a saw or whatever type of instrument they use and cut it off.
They need to have.
The,
They need to
the
put it
con,
on
and
watch.
you'll see on, if you'll pass the report, will you? You'll see that they started early July. The HVAC units, the contractor delivered those on last Friday. Luckily, they're still there. They just went in, they didn't take really anything out of the building, they just broke all the windows out up top. So, hopefully, the community will see the value, that you all are making, in the Arcola community, and see the value of the contribution. Because this is a $671,000 project.
It's like $700,000. I have a question. I know it, but are there any houses around there? Cause maybe somebody had cameras and we can catch them. Cause I just hate when people vandalize like that.
There aren't, I don't know if there are any cameras at the residential property, but as a part of the improvements that are being made, the bid did include the installation of cameras and an alarm system that's directly wired to contact the sheriff's department. So, but you all have that report. Will you have any comments?
Sheriff Department, there's a police department in Arcola.
There's a policeman.
Well, maybe y'all. I was gonna say maybe, Mr. Sheriff, is it possible we can get someone to just kind of patrol at night by that facility? Yes, I know. I'm saying just for future references. Cause we don't want to put a lot into it and then they go and steal everything out of it.
Well, it's already started. They broke the windows, but just thankful that they didn't take the equipment that they delivered on last Friday. But
Amen.
the report is kind of detailed, and I know you guys have had a lengthy meeting, and I want to get out of here within the next 5 minutes. So,
Which
you have any
report do you
questions?
You have this one? This one
I'm
you're reading
about to
off
go,
of?
yes.
What I wanted to tell you was, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I thought it was gonna be after lunch. Anyway, I know that it seems to be moving slow, but we've been waiting on air conditioning units that had to be ordered and they had to, lead time issue. And so they came in Friday and they've been delivered to the site today. And so that'll be being installed this week. And once they get those installed, then the ceiling and, carpenter work and all the stuff that needs to go on, lighting and all of that can be done and we can see a little more progress, but they couldn't do anything inside without getting those units up in there, so.
So I had a question. The units, would any of the units be on the outside or they just
they're inside.
all the inside? Okay, good.
Well, I mean, there's condensing units outside, but the indoor units are up in.
But y'all probably gonna put some around it. You know how sometimes people just steal the box with the air conditioning unit.
Put those out there until later.
Right, but I'm just saying they may have to, chain them in or put a little
Well, they have-
barricade over. They
have
gonna
to
go
look
and do
at
that.
putting those,
Cages.
cages up.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to do that because if they doing this already,
It's gonna start disappearing.
yeah, that's heartbreaking right now.
But
It
I
is.
do expect things to pick up quick after this next week and a half. Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. Thanks, William. Appreciate the report. First item on the list that I have, and I do want to add two items to this list, they're really quick, is just a bid open report from July 24th, 2023 on the Old Health Department in Hollandale Welcome Center project. I'm asking that the action from the board is that you reject the bid in the amount of $395,000 from Timbo's Construction out of Cleveland. This is you'll pass this to the clerk, this is
Here.
the bid tabulation information
Yes,
and
you.
all that we did on the 24th.
They ain't gonna be able to do it until they get this from the school.
why
We're trying to
the
run
request
it down and find out
who owned the building, and we found out the school owned the building.
That's the next item.
What's the reason for rejecting the deal?
It's too high.
Okay, what was the proposed?
The architect's cost estimate based upon improvements and everything, the plans and specs, it was $156,000. So that's more than.
Individually? We need to take that individually?
Who would, yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna deny it, yeah.
So, make a
Jerry,
motion,
oh, that's the single bid itself? I gotta come on, Mr.
make
Roy.
a motion to reject, bid.
I got a motion and a second to reject the bid
Why we
for the
reject the bid?
improvements.
It was twice as much as projected cost, or more than
Everybody's
twice.
trying to take advantage of the go.
All right, all in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Hanson?
Okay. Item number 2, the Old Health Department transfer of property request property from the Hollandale School District. Order authorizing the attorney, the administrator, and myself to work collaboratively on requesting the Old Health Department building in Hollandale, Mississippi from the Hollandale School District for the purpose of rehabilitating the building as a welcome center in the city of Hollandale. We're doing that process, going through that process because the Hollandale Economic and Community Development Group, when they received the building, and I believe it was 2015, they have not done anything with the building. So it should have already reverted back to the school district. If you all recall, I don't know if any of you all were on I don't think any of Ms. Hanson was here when the school district requested the building from the Board of Supervisors several years ago. So the board gave the building to the school board. The school district has now given it to Hollandale, but the building perhaps, and I think some title searching will reveal that the building, since the school district had no purpose for that building, it should have reverted back to the Board of Supervisors.
Well,
Oh, wait. It wasn't one in there. It's not one in there.
okay. And what do we, I don't know about the reversionary interest to the Board of Supervisors. It depends on what's in that deed, okay? But I do know this, Hollandale, if in fact, there was, the county had retained a reversionary interest, then, once Hollandale, decided they were not gonna use it, you're exactly right, it should have reverted back, assuming the county retained a reversionary interest. Now, with respect to what my memo said, was that the Hollandale Economic Development District had acquired it from the Hollandale School District, and the deed that conveying it to the Hollandale Economic Development District certainly retained that reversionary interest. It should have reverted back to the Hollandale School District after 2 years for sure, for failure to take any action to improve the facility. They did nothing, okay? So, in my opinion, it belonged to the Hollandale School District unless there's a reversionary interest in the county.
And approving the order that I just requested, it will allow the attorney, the administrator, myself to get together and expeditiously figure this out, and we'll see you with this agenda item at the next board meeting.
Everybody understand?
Need a motion for that?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
You got a second? And the motion. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, item number 3, this is the modified final subrecipient contract agreement in the amount of $300,000 for the Glen Allen Utility District. You all will pass that around. That needs to be signed by the board president and the chancellor clerk, and spoke with Mr. Wilkins yesterday, and I can call him and get his signature and bring those back. So we just need you all to approve that.
Anything else?
That's all on that item.
On the bid you had, are you gonna request to re-advertise or what?
We will do that at the same time we present all of the information to the board, once the property is actually, we actually, the bid is not due, well, we will have to re-advertise. We'll do that on the 21st.
But you need to go ahead and get approval for that, you have to get reapproval for re-advertising.
Well, what I want to do is, what I would like to, like for y'all to consider is making sure that we have a deed in the name of Washington County before we move forward on anything else. At least have made the request to the school district. How, if after Mr. Griffin looks at the deed that transferred the property from Washington County to the school district, if there's a reverter clause in there, then it belongs back to the county.
Anything else?
Just need the action on number 3.
I need a motion on the Glen Island Utility District.
So moved.
I got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 4, I spoke with Mr. Nightingale. Mr. Nightingale is the operator manager for Glen Allen Utility District, and Mr. Wilkins is the president of that board. I've also spoken with Austin Moore, who is the engineer for the district. He's with Hefling Engineering. Had a conversation with Mississippi State Department of Health last week. We'll be meeting with them on Friday. Glen Allen is eligible, the utility district, to apply for up to $2 million to do, there's this iron and lead issue that they would like to have addressed. And since they have not applied directly to Mississippi State Department of Health or to the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality, they will be eligible to apply for that, and they've indicated that they would like to apply for that. But it requires certification from the board that the Glen Allen Utility District is not owned by the Washington County Board of Supervisors. And we would need to have a letter of opinion from the attorney to Mr. Harry Gong, G-O-N-G. And I can, if that can be done, then that would make Glen Allen Utility District eligible to apply for the $2 million project.
Mr. Sir?
And that project deadline is September 7th. Sir?
Would you just get with me on that?
Sure, yes, sir.
I do have a question now. If we don't own, why is this board appointing people to their board?
I can't answer, Mrs. Brooks, I don't have the answer to that.
All right, everybody understand what's about to happen?
Well, no, really, he's just gonna get with it, just let you look a little bit further.
No, they're gonna create this, make it.
By the way, they don't have a lawyer representing them.
They do not.
I still think that you're gonna find out it is owned by the county, but that's why you need to look into it further. But so if they are owned by the county, they cannot apply.
If they are owned, if the infrastructure and everything down there is owned, considered county property, which we just had an opinion done that it was not. The infrastructure and everything was owned by the district.
The way that works is if this is an organization that was established by the county, okay, and it's part of the county government, and that board represents the county, so that they cannot purchase or transfer or assign any property without approval of the board of supervisors. So there has to be some action on the part of the board of supervisors, similar to what happens with respect to the hospital. Yes.
Now, but what we gotta do to make sure they qualify for this grant?
To make sure they qualify, you know, he's already asked for a letter, correct?
The State Department of Health said that there needs to be an official opinion approved by the board that the Glen Allen Utility District does not own, that Washington County does not own that district. And it's one of those situations, I think you could look at your auditing.
It does not own.
Yeah, let me be
That
clear
you
before we
all
go.
do not
Yeah,
own
let me
the
be clear before we
district.
go any further. You two get together
Yes.
and make this happen.
I think it should happen.
Well, it's a matter of what's in the minutes,
Real.
okay?
But also I got a question on this right here. Do the county do the audit for the, for this?
I was gonna mention that. When
Cause if
you
we
all
don't
look
do the
at,
audit, then,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
The Glen Allen
All right, let's get together,
the
y'all.
Glen Allen
Let Mr.
Utility
let Mr.
District
Smith
is
go.
not considered one of those quasi-governmental entities subject to being a part of the county's auditing procedure. So you can reference that to show that there is no real connection. They
Thank you.
operate solely on its own and,
Thank you.
yeah.
Well, I'm just going back, if that's the case, if they're on their own, why are we appointing people to their board? I mean, that's a real concern of
When I
mine.
meet with Mr. Griffin later this week,
We'll figure that one out.
we'll figure that out and we'll let you know on the 21st.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Everybody good? Mr. Smith, you good? You understand, Ms. Smith? We on the same page, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One more thing.
I don't need no motion. For what?
We will need, you're gonna have to have it in your minutes authorizing the attorney to do that certification.
All right. Everybody understand I need a motion in order to allow these guys to get together to make that turn? I got a motion
So moved.
and a second. Second, Mr. Redmond.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
Next,
Motion carries.
the next item is Heflin Engineering. Heflin Engineering was approved as one of the engineers for those water association projects. It was, Hooker is doing, Golden Acres, and Heflin is doing Black Bayou, Glen Allen is separate, Black Bayou and Winterville. This is that contract, need you all to approve. Number 5, approving the contract between Heflin Engineering and the Washington County Board of Supervisors for engineering services related to the Glen Allen Utility Subrecipient Contract Agreement. That's what that contract is.
Got a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
We had a, item number 6 and 7 is relative to Black Bayou Water Association and Winterville Association. Had a conference call Monday, 2 weeks ago with MDEQ and MDEQ Horn and Butler Snow. They included Butler Snow because they wanted to make sure that the interpretation of the opera law was correct in Horn's interpretation. So, this order for number 6 and 7 is authorizing acceptance of funds from the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality's MCWI, which is the Municipal County Water Infrastructure Program, to make improvements to the infrastructure on behalf of Black Bayou Water Association, and number 7 would be Winterville Association. And this is to modify the original contract submitted, the original application that was submitted back in January. Once we submit this back to them, making sure that and this came about because both Black Bayou and Winterville Association received an opera-related grant from the Mississippi State Department of Health. I think one was close to $2 million and one was over $1 million, or right under $1 million. If that prohibits MDEQ from making the award directly to Black Bayou and Winterville, because it would be considered double dipping. So what they said that the board needed to do is, like you all do when you have in the past done work for CDBG through CDBG, where the county does the work, and when the program and project is completed, then you transfer those improvements or whatever to those associations. And that's what signing this document does.
The county does the work.
Yes, the county's gonna have to do the bids and everything.
Okay, I got
Not
you.
an actual physical.
I understand.
The county has to put it out to bid.
Yeah, like we do for the city.
For other, I know if you all do like a project on behalf of the airport or something like that, it's the same type of thing, so.
We'll
But
work
is
it.
this gonna have anything to do with the water that I brought from Black Bayou? I brought a picture of this water that was so dirty, murder or whatever.
Now, I'm not really sure what the larger project is for.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is, they're trying to tie every bit of it in.
Correct.
On the, yeah, and that's just part of that long-term plan to do that, but yes, that's what
And
they're trying to do.
that's really why Glen Allen Utility District wants to apply for the $2 million grant through State
I did
Department of
three, I
Health,
think.
because it's an iron situation.
I think what they're doing, they're trying to put a treatment center somewhere over towards Leland, and then they're trying to finish connecting some more lines into the treatment center they got down on Lake Washington.
Right, cause they got, I know this was the last resident where that water was coming from. The
Right,
last house
right,
that
yeah.
resident.
Okay, so that's what I need. Need a motion on items 6 and 7.
So,
I got a motion, I got a motion and a second. Everybody understand? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 8, I'm asking that that action be modified. It's the bid advertisement for the Black Bayou project, now that it will be under Washington County. Action order authorizing the clerk of the board to advertise for bids for improvements to the Black Bayou Water Association through the MCWI program, subject to receiving the plans and specification from the engineer.
Everybody understand?
And he said that he would have those here this week. And the bids, I think it's proposed to be due in September.
So we need to approve that action.
Yes, sir.
so moved.
I got a second. I need a second. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item, Mississippi Home Corporation Down Payment Assistance Program. If you all recall, you all set aside $200,000 toward down payment assistance several months ago. That was based on each home purchaser receiving $7,000 from Mississippi Home Corporation and $2,500 from the Board of Supervisors offer contribution. They have come back to counties that have approved to do the $2,500, and Home Corps is now asking that you match their $7,000 with $7,000. And it's still within the allotted amount, but Scott Spivey, who is the executive director for the Mississippi Home Corporation, said in order to really move the needle and really increase home ownership, he says that $9,500, unless you're a teacher and which means you would qualify for an additional $6,000, which would put you at $15,500, or $14,500, I believe.
It was 15 initially.
Okay.
First time was 9,500 for non-teacher and 15 for teachers.
No, it was not, initially it was 7,000 from Home Corps. The county was going to give 2,500. That's $9,500.
Right.
Plus, if you are a teacher, it's an additional $6,000. So that would be 15,500.
So what are you requesting now?
I am requesting that you all would consider using the allocated amount, you're not adding to the 200,000.
I see what you're saying. We're still just doing that, but we're just breaking it down into 7,000 instead of
Yes.
25.
Correct.
Okay, got you.
That's the action
So
that
how
I'm
many
requesting.
houses would be able to do, homes would be able to do then if we break it down to 7? Because initially it was 40 homes. And why did they change this late date? That's why we sent that money over to them.
I have
I
no
got a problem
idea.
with it.
All I can say, Ms. Brooks, is in speaking with Scott Spivey, the executive director, Scott is of the opinion that the amount that the board initially agreed on, his words verbatim, it is not going to move the needle toward creating home ownership.
I got it. Well, why did he tell us that? We sent $200,000 over. So why did they change after the fact? Because actually we were supposed to be able to do 80 homes in Washington County.
Now
they broke it down to what?
you would be able to, based on your $200,000 budget, $7,000 per home purchaser, you're looking at 28 homes across the county.
That's some hogwash. Because we're going from 80 to 28, and we send the money to them.
No, the money has not been sent to them.
What, the money just sit there?
The money has been allocated by the board. The process is, if they were to move forward, they're going to invoice the county whenever they do closings.
On a house.
On a house.
So the money, we just got the money just sitting there waiting.
Just like all the rest of the unused ARPA money.
I'm just guessing at this, but what I would think, so we're going basically from somebody trying to buy a home, between all this, we're going from assisting them up to 9,500, because it was 25 us, 7,000 them. So it's not, so now it'd be 14,000 instead of
That is
9,500.
correct.
Maybe since things that went up, so much, $10,000 may not cover all of it, and like you said, that may not be enough to get people going on that. I'm just assuming that the only reason he would do that.
Tunica County, I think Jones County, they have been at the 7,000 amount since November, December last year, and they have not been able to get one homeowner qualified.
At what price? At what price?
At 7,000. The county has committed the 7,000.
So 14 total?
They cannot get, they have not been able to get anyone qualified at the $14,000 down payment assistance amount. And that's, there's several variables regarding that, but
That's why I'm assuming it's probably a reason they're trying to up the price, the down payment, or the assistance with it. It's the only thing I can imagine.
I think that one of the things is they have not been able to get qualified applicants in their effort to give a home buyer $14,000. They have not been able to get anyone.
Yeah, they still got to qualify.
Right, so.
In Leland, we having people building in Leland. I mean, they're doing a lot of rural development homes. So what is their relationship? You're doing a rural development home. And the only reason why we didn't get those people because their contract was already done, so I could not catch those people. Ms. Evan explained to me.
As I explained to you guys a couple of months ago, in Washington County, there's not a single financial institution that is considered a participating lender through Mississippi Home Corps. Guarantee Bank was, they were not recertified from what Scott said, and Regions was, and they were not recertified. So right now in Washington County, there is not a participating lender for mortgages that has gone through the certification process. I went directly to Southern Bancorp, and I went directly to Planters Bank. Planters only does, I think, the guy said they do what's called the balloon mortgages, balloon papers. They do 5 years back, you can refinance whatever, but they don't do long-term mortgages. And Southern Bancorp, the lady who was handling that in the Leland office went back to work for Regions Bank. So that didn't happen. And but I have subsequently spoken with Vernon Greenlee directly about getting Southern Bancorp to submit the required paperwork to be certified. So that's where we are with that.
I got a question. So with rural development, they can't do it with rural development?
When rural development approves a loan, if that individual needs down payment assistance, then rural development should take that qualified applicant and submit that to Home Corps, request and saying, we have a resident here in Washington County that is qualified for a mortgage. We would like for you to consider them for your program at Mississippi Home Corps.
Because rural development is doing quite a few homes in Washington County.
Well,
And
if
we
they-
want to.
The threshold requirements in terms of income and credit should be the same.
That's what I was saying.
Right. So rural development should refer those applications to Home Corps for the additional down payment.
I mean, it's obvious that this is kind of a slow process, so we might as well try to do this,
I would encourage y'all to try it. And Home Corps, the vice president for this particular section retired. And that has caused a delay because we were trying to get them to do a housing fair back in April. They are still committed to doing that. I think this will kind of, since Scott now has hired somebody, this will expedite the housing fair occurring. There are people here who I believe will qualify for this program.
Make a motion that we take the recommendation of item 9, that was 9, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So for $100,000, how many houses would be for 100,000? 14.
That ain't gonna make a difference, it's gonna be just numbers no matter what the house total is.
No, because I gave $100,000 of my opera dollars, but that's why I'm
No, it's
asking that
It's
question.
200,000 total.
Second.
Yeah.
Second.
I got,
It's gonna be 28 houses.
I got a motion in a second. Go ahead, Lee, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
14,
I said 14 houses.
yes. You still got 4, you got 14.
So,
But as it's
so
going-
it's 18.
Yes.
But it seems like it's gonna be a slow process, you know, so you try this and maybe you'll get some.
Yeah, I got you, but I'm just a little sick. We went from
I-
40 to 14.
I think what you'll find, Ms. Brooks, moving forward after this housing fair, since there is no participating lender certified here in Washington County, the housing fair, they're gonna bring participating lenders. Set up in a building, people will be told what they need to bring to the housing fair, and they can be qualified right there with participating lenders in home course program. So hopefully, the aggressive approach to marketing the program and trying to get citizens interested will prove to be
So
beneficial.
just for clarity, so if we move up to 7, they're gonna match 7 to 7, so it'll be 14,000.
Correct,
For everybody.
absolutely. And
Teachers
if-
won't get more.
Teachers will still be eligible for the additional 6,000.
So they'll be at
20.
20. Okay, all right.
All right. All right,
Just
thank
for
you all.
clarity.
All right, everybody understand the motion? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's unanimous, Ms. Anderson.
We can eat a little bit.
Okay, last week,
Down.
last board meeting, we talked about assisting the town of Hollandale for a number of failed water lines throughout the city. The engineer had not submitted the cost estimate and engineering report. He submitted that, and the total cost requested for rehabilitation of failed water lines that affect the health, safety, and overall welfare of the citizens in the city of Hollandale is only $36,935.70.
One of them don't need to be fixed, it's in my field. I made the motion.
Second.
That's on the ARPA fund.
That's opera funds, yes.
I got a motion.
$36,935.70.
Motion Supervisor Redmond, second Supervisor Brooks. All in favor, show by the sign of aye.
It's leaking outside the road, but it's running in my field, so I don't need,
You can't benefit from it personally, Jerry.
need that irrigation.
Probably. Get it.
I'm still here. I promise you, I'm getting out of here, Mr. Griffin. I had a lot of questions.
But they,
I had a lot of questions.
that was a joke.
Okay, last item. We've been tossing around, and I've been speaking with Twin County and Indianola Electric regarding the road, what's the name of the road?
Stokes King.
Stokes King Road. As you all know, or you may know, there is no lighting on that road, basically from
No.
Highway 82 to the county jail. It is pitch black dark. And they have given us what I feel is kind of like the runaround. Everybody wants to say, well, you need to talk to us, and you need to talk to this person, that person. I've talked to everybody. So I am requesting that the board schedule if you all are having work sessions or something going on now, just give a date that we can all sit down with Twin County, Indianola Electric, the Sheriff's Department, the board president, whomever, and all hear the same thing at the same time, because we're not doing that right now.
Well,
And
Twin
they're saying, Twin County is saying that they cannot put the poles there.
Right. But
Indianola Electric is saying, we can put the base there, and the poles that Twin County normally install can be installed on that base. So, I am not an electrician, and I don't have the electrical engineering skill sets to refute what they're saying. So I am requesting that if the board wants to move forward, a lot of times you need to have everybody in the room, and you hear the same thing at the same time, and somebody is not providing accurate information, because if you have an electrical company, an electrical contractor receiving information from an electrical supplier, which is the Power Association, if they are saying, Indianola Electric says Entergy does it all the time, Twin County says they can't do it. So at this point, I'm either gonna have to back out of this one and let somebody else handle this, or they're gonna have to come to the table at the same time, same place, and we're gonna have to listen to the same language from whoever's gonna do it. And if they're unable to do it, let us move to somebody who can get this done, because it's really an unsafe situation for deputies and anybody going to that jail at night.
I believe.
That, is this, or were we looking at this as being grant funded any type of way?
Yes.
Grant funded.
Yeah. Well, that's why you had to get the numbers and the description
We're
and
trying to
everything
get a
like,
cost
yeah, because you
estimate
really
on-
don't know what you don't know if it's 2 million or 10 million.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the proposal that they gave for the lighting proposal, I think it's overkill.
Yeah.
You don't need 90 light poles from the 82 to the beginning of the jail.
County.
Trying to get it grant funded. That's
Come on. You good?
Has there been, an evaluation or analysis done to determine how many poles are needed?
Yes, we received one initially from Twin County,
How many?
and they said 14.
Okay.
And now the other company comes in and say we need 92.
What?
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. Has there been any plans and specifications developed?
Yes.
Where?
And how
Indianola
many,
Electric,
how many is shown on that?
92.
Well,
We don't need no
so perhaps we need to look somewhere else to get some plans and specifications.
I think that
Uh,
just my deposit, Mr. Griffin,
Yeah.
Twin County is the power supplier for that road.
Yes.
Period.
Therefore, Twin County should be willing to sit down with this board and the sheriff and say, we can do A, B, C, we need to do 1, 2, 3, or you all need to explore someone else to kind of work on getting this done. That's, I can't get to that point.
Okay.
But Mr. Smith, shouldn't we have an engineer at the table to tell us what we need to do to illuminate that road?
That's what
How many
Twin County
poles we need?
does. They send their engineer out.
I think you're on the right track.
Twin County does that.
Yeah, I think we need to start with Twin County.
Let me help you with
I
that.
think we need to
Soon
start
soon
with
as he
Twin
finishes.
County, like you're saying, with a meeting that, and I'd be willing to sit in on that and try to call some people, get some people, start the talk
Let me-
and the conversation.
let me-
Twin County has an engineer,
Okay.
and their engineer has gone out there.
Right.
And the engineer apparently made the determination that they could not set the poles.
Let me help you right there.
Yes.
It's not they couldn't set the poles. The type poles that they have and the way it would be set up would produce a glare in the driver's eyes. And it would be setting off the road, and the way they'd have to turn it would create an unsafe condition in order to be able to illuminate the road. Instead of being over the road, they'd have to bring the pitch up. And that's where the concern comes in. Like he said, they'll bring the power out there. They'll bring the power out there. But the poles that they have would not work in that situation with those being so far off the road.
And that information was shared with me, and that's why they proposed a different lamp head. So they proposed the different lamp head that would not produce the glare. But at this, we're losing time.
Yep.
And the safety situation is still compromised.
Okay.
So in an effort to move forward, if you all would be receptive to Mr. Gordon or somebody will convene a meeting, they just told me to let them know a date and time.
I just got one other, just a suggestion. I know this is not a state road, but why don't we get some input maybe from MDOT?
Well-
Where, you know, how or what, oh, we did?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
MDOT refused to give you light poles.
I was told that Stokes King Road did not qualify for, the MDOT could do that intersection,
Right.
but they could not go down the road.
Well, I understand that, but maybe even though just to give us some, you know, some guidance on far as who we need to talk to, get started on engineers that may be willing to look at the, you know, this type of design or something.
I believe if you all schedule a meeting and you put everybody in the room together, you're gonna get everything you need. I really believe that.
And that includes somebody
compliment-
from
the
the,
compliment-
from the commissioner's office.
Submit a letter announcing the meeting and inviting everybody to that place. And stop, I can't do this or you need to do that. That's consuming.
Can you set that meeting up?
Sure.
But now, I won't be available the last week of August and the first few days in September, but beyond that,
I will get with Ms. Carter and identify a date. Maybe if you all are coming for some budget stuff, we can.
Oh, no,
include-
that's over.
Oh, y'all through? Oh, okay.
No, back when you took, that'll be over when you pull this meeting off.
I would look for one day next week.
I'm available to the.
Yeah. And what I'd like to do is invite the commissioner himself.
We'll get 2 or 3 dates.
He did
and
tell me that
coordinate
he
between
could come.
Ms. Hansel and Ms. Carter. We'll get it done.
I got him coming for that
Thank you all. I don't have any
Johnson Road deal.
else for this morning.
Well, it was a good 5 minutes,
I will-
Mr. Smith.
I will definitely be in touch with the town of Arcola through the sheriff to try to make sure we can even some citizens. I think there's somebody on the board who lives across the street from there. I think one of the aldermen lives.
One of them now, he was just put in office Friday.
Okay.
He does live across the street.
So let him, we'll let him know that there's been a breach in security there. We cannot afford to let anything happen there because the money that has been entrusted to that community, almost $700,000.
All right. The prudent thing to do is for us to put our own security system.
Oh yeah, that's a part, the security, the plans and specs. The
When
money,
is that going in?
I'll check with William.
We need to expedite that.
That is well, Energy. If you look at their report, Energy just put up a power pole last Wednesday.
Okay. What is the lighting like around this property?
There's some pole lights around it.
Is that adequate?
I hadn't been down there at night.
Tom.
I do know
When they
that.
replaced,
All right,
they
but-
are asking for a meeting with the sheriff.
For this
on
property?
Wednesday, I think.
Yeah.
You know, they was asking for a meeting with you on Tuesday, they moved to Wednesday. I'm supposed to call you on Wednesday, because we had a section on Tuesday.
There is no
There are cameras they can
visible
put back there.
power there is no
All right.
connected power at Chambers School property, period, because all the copper and everything related to the electrical components at Chambers School have been ripped out.
Let me
So
ask you
there's,
this.
yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. I understand where you're going and what you're trying to do, but if you had to put a list of priorities together, for this project, where would lighting come in at our power?
It would be first.
Okay.
Because
So why is it we don't have power and you're putting assets in this property?
They had one for me, it was because I was just interested in the renovation of the property,
Great.
not necessarily the lighting. The city should have been, attempting to light it up, seeing as how we were putting as much money into the project. The city or somebody should have been trying to light it. Give us some help, God dog, we got to light it up too.
No.
let me
Andrew.
interject this, Mr.
No. Take a step back and please secure the property.
Here's what I would like to suggest. As I said, the contractor, Tim Bowes, has been down there. They've been ripping out, and you see on the report, they removed all of the failed electrical components.
Okay.
Entergy has now installed a temporary power source
Right.
in the vicinity of the property. So
Right.
now they are able to hook up their tools and start doing some work and putting stuff back in place. In the interim, I think it could be done expeditiously. Contact Entergy and say, hey, can you guys put some, and I'll call Gerald Husband when I leave out of here, can you look at the poles, existing poles, and put some of the lights on that, on those poles? But that's county property, and the county, you'll be responsible for that lighting.
We do
Okay.
that.
I can do that.
What's the difference? They'll call that security lighting on private property.
It's gonna be like $9 a month, probably.
Yeah, but it's security lighting. They do install it. So work that one out, but to secure the property. Because we're gonna come in here one weekend,
The
one Monday.
property is secured, Mr.
McGee.
McGee. The property was secured. There are there are chains on the door.
Oh, yeah.
They cut the security, they cut all that off.
Yes, sir.
If you recall, there are double doors on the entrance.
Go ahead.
So if they saw
Uh-huh.
that center beam,
Uh-huh.
the chain is gone.
My concern is we do not have electronics in the property to give someone a signal that we've got an intruder.
As soon
And that
as
is open
William.
meeting, let's not discuss that any further.
Okay.
But you know what your number one priority is, and that's to secure the property.
Thank you all so
Y'all
very
go
much.
away and make it happen.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as acres, because I was very.
Far as
So-
acres,
Yeah,
Burley Engineering
he did.
is handling that project. Did he send you?
He came and gave a presentation, but my question to you is, the application that was submitted through South Delta for this project,
Okay.
have we heard anything from it?
I had nothing to do with that project. I didn't even know South Delta had submitted something to the congressman's office until after it was submitted. I was trying to work the opera side of it.
Well, anyway,
And
but
I don't know the
They
status.
would send out everything to South Delta
Yes.
because they had all the paperwork.
Yes.
But my next question to you is this right here is, if we're not funded, I know we did a project, a community development block grant with the city of Green, but where are they? Are they almost finished with their grant?
Wasn't
They should be
that
closing
for,
out.
that was for an economic development project, I believe.
But they should be almost finished, am I correct? Because they said it was closing out.
Again, Ms. Brooks, I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
I'm not working, but I'll check it out. I'll
Would
make
you
a call.
please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
But I think was that 700,000? No, it was $1 million.
For what? For this?
The holdup on the Forest Acres project is that the cost for doing the wetland study came back much higher than what Burley anticipated. Because we were gonna try to use some of the ARPA funds, you all were gonna try to use some of the
Right.
ARPA funds, and we thought it was gonna be a relatively simple project, change the flow of the water in the subdivision, but it is coming to something.
1.9 is what it shows.
Yeah, 1.9.
Okay.
So that's why I'm looking at possible community development grant, if we don't get the funding.
You know, there were a number of requests that were made to the federal delegation through South Delta. And if you all have been watching the news lately, you've seen a number of those announcements come out. And we'll have to follow with the congressman's office to see where we are, if it's over or whatever. But a number of,
Was any of them with Washington County?
no, a number has come out. And we were told July, what is this? So they actually came out in July. And I think all of us have a request, I've even got one, myself, and if it's not funded, we're going to switch to the ARPA funds. But let's call and see where we are with it. And we'll make sure, we'll let you know.
Mr. McGee.
Hey.
I skipped something in my mind.
Come on with it.
Today was the bid opening day for generators at the South Washington County Multiplex Facility. And I have the proof of publication somewhere. I thought maybe I left it in my truck. But I went to the truck and I got that, and I don't know where it is now. It may be a part of something that I've already sent around, but we did not receive any bids on that. So I would like to re-advertise for bids for the generators at the South Washington County Multiplex Facility.
Any idea why I got a motion? In a
Where
second.
do we advertise? Just in the DDT?
In the DDT.
Do you think we need to put it in the
Broaden
clarification
it.
We
too?
can't.
Would you amend your bid to also include Clary Ledger?
Oh, no.
Your motion, yeah.
Take it far. Not just Clarence Ledger. What do you think, the outreach?
A commercial PD.
Well, if you all recall, we did the Clarin Ledger. Then we were told we couldn't use it, we had to use the DDT.
When we
You
use the
can't
both of them,
use
you can
it-
do both of them.
Only can't use it as the primary.
We can expand it.
You
yes,
can,
sir.
you can expand it, but you gotta advertise in the local paper.
Not a problem.
Paper with.
If you all approve it,
Yes.
we'll try to get it out. If I can get it to the DDT, probably by 2 o'clock, it'll be in Wednesday's paper, and next week, and then we'll follow up. But we'll get that done.
Do you think neither one going to commercial field or clarinet?
Both of them are gonna be
Okay.
region-wide.
I got a motion and a second. Any more questions?
Commercial
To
and,
expand it, to expand it, to expand it, right?
All right. Thank you all.
All right, oh, ho. Jerry,
I second it. I don't know.
all in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, Ms. Hanson. That vote carried, Mr. Smith, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Your bid on the kitchen renovations is due on the 21st.
Yeah. Now, if we don't get bids this time, what's the next step? Can
I'm
you go
gonna
out and seek, what is it, Mr. Smith?
Well,
What is his options?
No, you have to re-advertise.
He finna re-advertise.
You have to re-advertise, it depends on the price.
On the price
The
factor.
amount, what is the amount?
for the generators,
No.
For the whole project.
No, for the kitchen.
no, we talking
What's the
about-
approximate?
we talking about
No,
generators.
this is generators.
We talking about the generator.
What is
What's the
this, Mr.
amount of
Smith?
generator?
I really cannot, I don't wanna say that publicly, because that's gonna
No,
give an advantage.
I
to
got
the
you.
Is it
You don't
generators.
wanna give a
over,
number.
is it over 75,000?
we do need a cost estimate now. Do you have a cost?
Yes, sir.
That you'll
What's the
get,
cost estimate? The law says you ought to have a cost estimate before you seek bids now. What's the cost estimate?
I will submit that to the clerk.
you can go.
No,
on
no,
rec-
no.
You gotta
Your
do
cost
it.
estimate is announced publicly,
You gotta be on record.
okay?
Go ahead,
And on the record.
It's gonna cost approximately $160,000.
roughly.
Then we need,
Because there are two generators proposed for that facility. There's one for the front part, one for the back part. Now, the kitchen renovations, you all set aside $75,000.
okay.
And based on the set aside of ARPA funds, that's what the improvements are proposed to cost.
Now I'm in a position to answer your question, Mr. President. Under Mississippi law, you will have to advertise until you receive bids.
Over and
You
over.
cannot reach out and negotiate with somebody after, because no bids came in. You have to advertise until you receive bids.
I fully understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? Ms. Smith, you good?
I am very well, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All righty. What's you
Thank
got?
you all.
What we got, Ms. Hampson?
There you go, Mississippi Department of Human Service, and then Ms. Lee.
We got Department, Ms. Lee in here? There she is. Come on, Ms. Department of Human Services.
How y'all doing?
Hey,
I promise y'all won't be here for 5 minutes. We have a state convention to go to, starting tomorrow. But what is going on is the state will pay for the county workers' lodging and pay for their meals on the second day. They will not pay for their travel or their meals for the first day. Why? I do not know. I can't answer that question. So I am coming to you guys and asking, is there any way possible you could reimburse the county workers for their travel and meal for the conference?
how much?
I can't say it all depends on the
Oh.
mileage. And it's, I have 3 county workers, and the miles is however, .655, they're going to Tunica. We have to travel to Tunica.
We gotta have a number.
And their meal, I know for the state, we don't go over $35.
We have a per diem too.
We go by GSA.
All right. Any other questions?
Hmm?
In the future, you just have to bring us some figures, some dollar figures on the travel, whatever else that we have to do. We have to
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's gonna be $145 for
Each one.
for miles.
each one?
And then,
How
how much
many?
did you say?
3,
3. Everybody
Plus
understand?
them.
How many days are they gone?
2. It's, Tuesday, well, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, then Thursday and Friday. But they don't go both days. They only go on 2 days.
All right, so it's 2 days, 2 times that.
The state is paying for the lodging and their second meal.
Okay, so the first meal will be 44.25.
All right, but we'll cover it. Roughly how much, Miss McCarter? Yeah, just
Yes,
give us a
ma'am.
rough number.
190 per person.
190 per person.
Yes, what, you saying $600?
Yeah.
I would
Everybody
make
good?
a motion that they not, exceed $700.
Thank you. That's a motion. I need a second. And a motion and a second. Everybody understand what you're voting on.
And per diem and travel.
All right, we good with that number, McCarter? Per diem and all? Hmm? All right, everybody understand the motion? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion
We
carries.
need something in writing from you.
Yeah,
As far as what?
We need a memo or something from you.
to that effect of
To
the
that
motion.
effect, to the,
Yes, ma'am.
and for the conference as well, the conference dates.
The,
Yeah.
the conference, the training, and the total amount of 700, that's your request.
Location.
Okay,
Y'all will work it out.
okay.
Anything
You
else?
have your name on there, right? You'll have
Yes,
your- Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it for me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lee?
Before you learn about Leland today, didn't you? I said you learned about Leland today, didn't you? Yeah.
Hey,
I have spent 2.5 hours with you guys today. That's a good thing, I guess. So hopefully you all accept what I'm gonna give you. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna turn in my insolvency list
Okay.
on mobile homes, personal property taxes, and, return checks. The amount for return checks is $13,669.69. Yeah, that's the amount that's out there. We turned it over to the DA for collections, and they're working on that.
Is there a lot of them just one big?
No, it's
Just a bunch.
it's about 6.
damn.
Yeah,
And it's 13,000?
yeah, because these are like property taxes,
Oh,
car
I'm
tax,
thinking okay.
return checks.
All right, let me say
Yeah.
this. Let me say this to the board. A lot of times, she'll turn this report in, and if I'm wrong, you correct me now. And it goes over to the DA's office, and it tends to sometimes just sit and lay there. So what we're going to have to do is do a follow-up with the DA to make sure that they're doing what they can do to collect this money. It happens every year.
And one of the problems I'm finding that the DA wants us to make sure we get their social security numbers or their car tag license, because that's the only way that they can go after them.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
How you going to get somebody's social security number?
We won't be able to get the social security number, but we are able to get the car tags, because once they register their vehicles, we ask them for their license.
Okay.
So their license number, it's not the social security number anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So we do input that in our system.
Lee?
On the property taxes, that would be an easy one for, wouldn't it? I mean, or just charge it back to the taxes and then, that's like them not paying their taxes if their check come back on their property.
Yeah, that's true. As far as the personal property tax, as far as real tax, we can do that. But unfortunately, we haven't. I'm going forward. I will be doing that. Just taking them back out and putting them into.
In
into-
reality,
yes,
that's not a
into-
big number for
Take them
all
out
of
to 7 and put them back on the list. Yeah. As far as personal property taxes, though, there's another. Yeah, it's much harder. A lot of the personal property tax and mobile homes, they're still on the road, and they'll stay on the road. Mobile homes stay on the road as long as they're standing. If they're dilapidated, not in use, nobody's there. We've identified a lot of those, but they are still on the road, which means there's still money out there on the road for mobile homes, as well as personal property taxes. A lot of owners do not report that they are closed down, and therefore it's gonna sit on the road.
So you don't have any foreclosure procedure for trailers, as you say?
We do have procedure for trailers, but since it's a election year this year, I'm gonna get with the sheriff after
Wait a
tomorrow.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a
But
minute.
I've been about 8 years ago, I asked for a deputy, because they can go out and put chains on those mobile homes, and we can sell those mobile homes.
All right, that's what we need
But
to
I
start
don't
doing.
want my deputy to go out there and get shot.
Well, that's what we're gonna have to put together something in
Yeah.
order to collect these dollars that are owed to the
Moving
taxpayers.
forward, that's what we're gonna do. I'll get with you, Sheriff, and
All right.
you give me somebody.
All right.
Okay, add the sheriff fee, okay?
How often would it be prudent for you to give us a report like that on a quarterly basis or annual basis?
How you want it? What you talking about?
As to where we have this non-payment,
Okay,
that you send what you turn over to the DA's office, and then what you have on these taxes that you can't
Okay.
collect because of whatever the reason may be.
yeah.
Just give us a type report,
Okay, how often do you want it? I can give you.
at least twice a year.
Twice a year?
Mhm.
Okay, certainly will. On personal property taxes, it is kinda high this year. We had a total of 305, businesses that have not paid their taxes, and a total of 430,920.96. They have been turned over again to the circuit clerk's office for liens and other things, so they are collecting. We're asking that they have to be paid $8, Shalisa, for each one that we've turned over to them. And once we collect the money back, once the taxpayer pay their taxes, we'll in turn reimburse the county for it.
All right. How often and how effective has that been with you turning them over to the different offices?
That's been very effective, especially last year and this year. Those individuals, when they realize that they have a lien on it and they're trying to get a loan from a mortgage company or for a business, they'll come in and they'll pay it. Matter of fact, one business paid over $5,000 cash, so it's working.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Lee. Any questions? Any questions? Appreciate you.
Okay. So did you get a copy of it? Right. Get it, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you. You're welcome.
What did we miss? That was it? No additions to the agenda? Ms. Carter, you ready?
Yes.
Come on with it.
Wait just a minute.
Oh, no.
I wanna know that I guess they need to vote on this, on 24th.
Yeah, that's not the, consider approval of agreement and permit for the Murphy Road Drainage District Bridge Improvement.
Which one is that?
Number 24.
That's on the next page. Look at, we coming to you, that's below you. But we can go get it. I mean, she wanna drop down to 24.
Get it over. I look like he had a problem with going.
No, it's right here, in the clerk's report.
I had told the road manager to go out there and get it, so I'm finna
Yeah, you got it in your report? All right,
get to the
all right.
grant being,
It's in Ms. Hansel's report.
never had no.
Anybody else got concerns with? Okay, we're gonna move on. Ms. Carter?
Good afternoon.
Hey.
So we have expended 97.6% of our budget through our financial clerk, 20th of 91.66%. Total receipts deposited July 15th to August 4th, total $2,310,889.46. I am requesting board approval of our claims docket totaling $820,230.04.
That's a big number.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any questions? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, Ms. Hanson.
Okay, we're down to payment requests, requesting payment in the amount of $10,000 to Delta Health System for providing clinical personnel at the Mayor's Health Council event, reimbursed through the Delta Health Literacy Grant.
I got a motion? I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Requesting payment in the amount of $149,507.99 to Delta Health System for salary reimbursement, software use, and cell phone payments for the community health workers that were paid and reimbursed through the Delta Health Literacy Grant.
Motion? I got a motion. I need a second.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Judge. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Requesting payment in the amount of $20,000 to Lowe's Public Affairs Group for professional services rendered for the month of June 2023 for Delta Health System.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's unanimous, Ms. Hanson.
Requesting payment in the amount of $2,500 to Andrew L. Smith for monthly grant writing services.
So moved.
I got a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Supervisor Gordon on a nay. Motion carries.
Requesting payment in the amount of $3,333.33 to Andrea Smith for consulting services rendered for the American Rescue Plan Act Fund.
So moved.
Got a motion? I need a second. And thank you, Ms. Brooks. Got a second, Ms. Brooks. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 1 nay. Supervisor Gordon.
Requesting payment in the amount of $13,600 to Mills and Mills Architect for the architectural design fee for renovations to the Welcome Center in Hollandale, Mississippi.
So moved.
Second.
You got a motion and a second. Any questions?
That's how the ARPA funds,
Yes.
and that's on the design. Okay, got you.
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's unanimous, Ms. Hans.
Requesting approval of the annual USDA APHIS Wildlife Services Agreement along with payment of $7,500 to USDA APHIS Wildlife Services for the Beaver Control Assistance Program for fiscal year 2024 and to include the board president's signature.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I got a question. Who organized these?
We call, that's the Beaver program.
Reason I'm asking because we got a lot of alligator grass growing up in Deer Creek, and at one time, USDA used to have beavers. It was something. I'm not saying, but they used to put something in the water to do a biological control to kill alligator grass, and I don't think that doctor's here no more. But I want to find someone who can start back doing that.
The Mississippi State, what is it over there? Extension Service. The Extension Service. They'll talk with that. The young lady who's our ag agent, give her a shout. Our ag agent, she can help you out. Sorry, Ms.
I don't
Harley.
think that'd be the one, but they might lead you in the right
Yeah.
direction.
She gonna lead them in the right direction. It'll turn out to be Game and Fish who has the book.
It was
They'll come out and spray.
USDA. It really they did it as a research, and they really was comparing it to pesticide spraying in Deer
It's
Creek.
getting bad, I noticed it is getting bad.
Yeah, it's kind of real bad.
But we've had them come out and spray Lake Lee, Lake Washington, Catholic Lake, right up here off Broadway, Catholic Lake. They actually came in and sprayed with aquatic overgrowth, game and fish, and you know they tend to watch out for it. But you know exactly where it is in Deer Creek you want?
Yeah, it's really all through, even in Stoneville, and then of course when you go into Leland, it's really actually we're building the bridge is bad there. It's really just gotten really bad all through Deer Creek and Leland.
What is that office right there across from Lilo's? Is that Game and Fish? What is that?
No, not Little, you think that's Cicero's.
Cicero's.
I mean I don't know.
That's some
who it
kind
is.
of, yeah.
It's an office, but I don't know who office.
That's Wildlife Game, Mississippi Wildlife. That's what that is. That's not the one. But okay.
It's bad right there too.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, all through Deer Creek is really bad in this area now.
Okay. Let me, yeah. Okay, we'll make a phone call, Ms. Brooks, to see if the creek is part of what they do. Either the Drainage Commission or Game and Fish, so we one of the two, we'll make a call, if that's okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carter.
Judge Renita King Johnson is requesting that the board increase the previously approved MOU between the Mississippi Office of State Public Defenders and the Youth Court of Washington County for match funds of $14,000 to $20,000 for parent representation attorneys for youth court.
Is that grant, is that grant fund?
Yes, and we,
Every bit of that, the 20?
yep, and they send checks back to us.
So moved.
So that's not gonna affect the budget in any way?
I got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The only other thing I have that came outside of my report is a payment request, payment number 10 for NL Carson Construction in the amount of $84,915.13 for work done for ERBR 7604 Murphy Road. And I asked them how many payments were left, he said maybe one or two.
Everybody understand?
Is that the big room, Murphy Road, that's in Jerry's?
At Jerry.
What's the amount again?
$84,915.13.
What need to happen, Jerry? What need to happen, Jerry? Okay. And a second. Everybody understand?
They're
Jerry.
about done with it, aren't they? Are they done with it?
Jerry. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And that completes my report.
Outstanding. Ms. Hanson? 12:29. Yeah, it's late today. And we still got budget. And Ms. Hanson, don't let me forget to accept the minutes from August 3rd.
Today, board members, you have from the Murphy Bayou Drainage District. This is a letter from Harold Mitchell, who represents them in reference to Murphy Bayou Drainage District Bridge at Greer Road. And there's an agreement and permit. The county is requesting permission to install 360-foot long steel tank cars in that in the drainage ditch. And it was as a result of a letter that came from Lorenzo Anderson, the county engineer, to the drainage district, which was dated July 3rd, 2023.
You good with that, Ms. Hanson?
So they're okay with, is that what they're saying, they're okay with?
Yeah, they're saying that,
Well, it's coming here for us to approve what?
they permit the county.
Okay,
Here
that's what
is,
it is.
the drainage district permits the
Right.
county, at county sole expense to install the 360-foot.
Right. Those are the minutes from the meeting where they approved the request from the engineer.
So moved to receive.
I got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Take the gun out of the contract. It's all here. This is public. We have a bond today for your approval. This is a bond for Jeffrey Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter is the deputy sheriff. We need the board's approval on his bond.
All right. Give me a motion.
Them all together,
You wanna get,
or-
can you do them all together, Ms. Griffin?
We need to do the bond separately?
Yeah, I
At
only
one
have
time.
one.
Okay, so
I
moved
only
to
have
approve.
one.
She only have one. I got a motion and a second. I got a motion and a second. Thank you for the second, Jerry. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. And I'd also like to report that, Ms. Lee, submitted a settlement check to the county in the amount of $415,772.62. This was her total tax collection, VAT valorem taxes during the month of June.
So moved to receive.
You got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. It's unanimous, Ms. Hanson. Associate Supervisor Brooks away, Mr. Z.
We've also received, from the accounting office of Sales, Sandifer and Johnson LLP, the financial statement for the period ending September 30th, 2022 and 2021 for the Washington County Conventions and Visitors Bureau. This will be on file in the clerk's office, and we also have a copy of their minutes, their official minutes, for, the month of July.
Need a motion to accept? I got a motion and a second from Supervisor Rep. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And today, board members, you have, for the Mississippi Levy Commissioners, you have, their requests, for, their tax levy. At our board meeting on Monday, July 10th, 2023, the commissioners fixed the taxes for our current fiscal year at 3.19 meals ad valorem and 5 cents per acre, and levy tax on public utilities, the same rate
accept or approve?
Yes, sir, you need to, approve it.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
And a second. And a second. Motion Supervisor Gordon, second Supervisor Redden. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. We also have from Mississippi, Delta Joint Management District, you have their millage tax levy request for 0.75 mils tax levy requested by YMD Joint Water Management District fiscal year 23-24. So they are requesting 0.75 mils for their tax levy.
I got a motion and a second. That's what they currently have, right?
Yeah.
That's the same
They
thing.
provided a resolution from their board.
All right. There are no questions. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And they did provide a millage history that you may be interested in. From 1996 to 2012, it was 0.61. From 2013 to 2014, it was 0.71. And now, 2014 to 2024, 0.75.
All right, same.
You also have a request from Murphy Bayou Drainage District in Hollandale, Mississippi, and it's also for their tax levy request. Let's see what their levy is. Okay, from Murphy Bayou, you have a resolution where they're asking that the board of supervisors, they're requesting that the board order the levy, of said drainage taxes for fiscal year 23 and, wait a minute, let me go back up there, I'm sorry. They're requesting that, the following drainage taxes for the fiscal year 2023, and this is to be assessed on all lands embraced within their district. And, their maintenance is 6.05% of the assessed benefits. That's what their request is for their tax levy, okay?
Mhm.
So you need to approve this.
Everybody understand? Thank you, Don. And a second, Supervisor Gordon. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
You have your request from Deer Creek Water Management District. This is for their tax levy. The commissioners of Deer Creek Water Management District have set the tax levy for 2023 at 3.5% of assessed benefit. This is the same levy as 2022 and prior years. They have a resolution from the commissioners of Deer Creek Water Management District adopting this tax levy for 2023. It was attached to the letter.
I have a question, where they located?
Ma'am?
Where is
Hollandale.
Deer Creek Water Management located?
Deer Creek-
Hollandale?
Yeah.
Ain't it?
So
Is it
what
Hollandale?
is it?
This is, this one, let me.
Park Neff and I don't know all of them.
So
Okay,
this
you
for the
got
water-
Robert Warrington, you got, no, I'm
He's
sorry,
the lawyer.
that's not it. Let me,
Oh.
The commissioners are David Skelton, he's from Scott, Mississippi, Charles Nelson, it's up in your area, Carl. From Benoit, Mississippi, Herbert Putterson from Leland, and Dave Clark is their CPA and secretary.
Okay.
Now, what do they do? From what I'm asking, this is my first time hearing it. Deer Creek Water Management.
Maybe somebody you can contact on that,
You can call him, what you trying to find out?
I'm just trying, I don't even know who they are. Who are they? What do they do?
You wanna find out what?
Like, what does this company do? What do they do?
It's a board.
I mean, what does this board do? Let me rephrase that. What does this board do?
It's
They
good.
manage.
No, we gotta do better than that. Supervisor, Mr. Attorney,
Yes,
can you get her their bylaws?
I'll be happy to.
Yeah.
No, it's
I can
a-
tell
it's
you
a
what
water
I-
I think it's more
They-
like the
they
Deer Creek,
manage-
like they manage Deer
They
Creek,
Yep.
just
manage,
like
they
Washington.
manage.
But we
Deer
need, she
Creek
need that in
from-
writing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that would be somebody
From
to
Scott
call
all the way
for
to-
that, what you're looking to get.
From Scott all the way through Washington.
Yeah, but he'll get it.
Okay.
He'll get it.
Okay, but this one, in this case, it's in Washington County and Bolivar County.
Yeah.
Yes.
that they manage.
Okay.
I think that's somebody that probably can.
We
at
can
least
help us
get you in
out.
the right
Yeah.
direction.
Okay, Harold Mitchell is the person over at Camden DeLong.
All right, Harold.
He would be the person that can
Just-
give you all the
Can she just email you that, Ms. Brooks?
That is fine. Who was the person from Leland that's on the
The
board?
person from Leland that's on here is, Herbert Huddleston.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We good.
I think those are all of mine.
Whatever happened is
I
that,
don't think we took no action on these people to waive their fees.
Hmm?
We didn't take no action. We didn't take no action. on
waive their
fees.
fees. What you mean, waive their,
What are they requesting?
a meal? A millage?
Oh, they won't.
Their millage.
What they're doing, their tax millages.
Yeah, except their
You
millage.
have to prove their tax millage.
Yeah, we just have to approve.
Because Ms. Lee will have to, she'll have to calculate that as part of.
Okay.
Give us a motion to approve.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
And the rate, you wanna know what the rate is, 3.5% of the assessed benefits.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Everybody good?
The total assessed benefits is $1,753,432, and so they're requesting, that's for the entire district. So 3.5% of the assessment benefits is what they're asking for each county in this district, and it's in Washington County and in Bolivar County.
Okay. Everybody understand? I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Motion carries, Ms. Brooks, unanimous. Let me say this here. Now, all these boards are popping up with these millage. And, but we got supervisors who don't know we have these boards. So, Mr. Griffin, could you follow up and make sure you get the appropriate documentation, bylaws, whatever it is, for these organizations and get it to the supervisor so everybody will know
Well, I think most of them.
who we're approving a tax millage for?
Yes, sir. If you will recall, we requested the bylaws of practically every organization,
Yeah,
that you had.
I remember. Appointments too, at the time.
We end up getting an appointment.
They want to, right now, this will cover them all. These people are getting the tax millage this board is approving. They've got funding. We don't know if they got $20 million in the bank or 10 cents.
So you want financial information.
We just want the appropriate information that we need, so when we make these decisions, we understand what we're doing.
And can I say this?
If they've got an excessive amount of money in the bank, do they really need that much of a tax millage?
Mr. McGee and board members,
We just need to be able to make an intelligent
we get
number.
these tax levy requests every year.
Every year, we do.
And I guess, yeah, we just.
But it's
need
about
to
time that we
understand
find out what we're doing.
Right,
Now,
because when,
may I say
when,
this?
Please.
Other than the school districts,
Uh-huh.
okay, you have discretion on how much to award them.
Thank you.
With respect to school districts, the only discretion you have is if they go over the amount of that the statute says is the max you can, request.
What is the maximum we can request with the school?
10%. No, it's not millage anymore. They require that for money.
Yeah, like they did today.
So it's 10%. Okay.
They normally don't have it, but used to, with school districts, everyone was on the millage system, and whatever mill generated, then, that's what you got. But about 15, 20 years ago, they said with respect, the legislature said with respect to school districts, they ought to ask for an amount, and you have to levy sufficient mills to get that amount, and if you do not levy the mills,
We
it'll come out of
approve.
your general operating fund.
We're liable for it.
And the board of supervisors.
Yeah. Anything else, Ms. Griffin?
No, sir.
Ms. Hansel, you good?
okay.
Y'all, we can't accept this here. These folks got folks on the board voting that ain't even here.
You got a problem, Ms. Brooks?
No.
Everybody good?
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hampson. It's on you. Whenever.
Okay, I'm just looking, I don't, okay, here's a letter here, and this came from, Harry James, the state aid engineer.
Harry Lee James.
Verification of state aid roads and bridges, you all familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you gotta read it.
This letter
A listing of the state aid roads and bridges in your county has been sent separately to your county engineer of record to update, correct, and verify any discrepancies of existing information on the inventory of state aid roads and bridges that we may have in your county. A copy of this letter sent to each county engineer with instructions for verification is attached. The verified information will be used to update the state aid road and bridge inventory in your county. The updated information will be furnished to you once it is verified. You may access a list of this information online on the Office of State Aid Roads website. And this came from Harry James, and he did send a copy to Mr.
Anderson.
Anderson.
And all of us have a copy.
Okay.
You know, that's when we get that $4 or $5 million at the beginning of a term that you have to use during your term. Everybody familiar? But that's what this is. You good, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
And I also have reports that I need you to approve, copy in the minutes. I have the civil and criminal report from the Justice Court clerk. I have the civil and criminal report from the circuit clerk. All of those need to be copied in the minutes.
I got a motion and
I also like to add this to the minutes, the report from, state aid on,
Thank
Beach
you.
Street Bridge, add that to the minutes as well.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
we need a motion to add them all, including that document.
Yes.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. You good, Ms. Hanson?
Yes, sir.
You done?
Ms. McGee, I have something else.
All right, I'm gonna come over there. Ms. Hanson, what was it about the permit stuff for Murphy Bayou? You got that? Did we do that?
I did, that was
Yeah,
the
we
first
got
one
that.
I did. That was the
Talking
first thing I
about
did.
They've already done it, that was the first.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the first thing I did.
All right, so we good. All right, you had something else?
Oh, yes, I was just informed from election commissioner that the voting precinct in Hollywood, there's no air conditioner in that facility, and it's extremely hot.
Wait a minute, stop. Where's Jeremy?
Where's that facility?
How did that
Is that
happen?
a
That's a
city
brand
hall?
new building?
Hall, it's in City Hall.
City Hall.
Oh, well, this is not the building that,
No, that's not in Darla.
No.
You talking about City Hall?
Yeah.
Okay, where they had, where the
Precinct in
police,
Hollywood.
it was at the police department?
Right, that's like put a police department. Only thing we can do is try to get them same units like what they had at the convention center.
it's too late to move it to the multiplex, no?
I know you can't move to the multiplex.
You
but
can't
we
move
can
it?
Get these air conditioning unit, whatever they don't
We
have
gonna do
at
that.
the
Portable
convention
thing,
center.
portable.
Right.
All right, we'll fix it. Now, how do we, I guess the voting public in Hollandale probably already knows. But, what is the process, Mr. Griffin, to moving that voting place
Well, they
to?
can't move it. You
Not
can't
now. Let me be clear about something. Going forward, not now,
Yes, sir.
going forward to the multiplex.
This is what I would recommend while you here, because it's at least 90 days prior to the general election. You can make a motion today, add to the agenda, make a motion today to.
Can't hear
move
you.
it.
You're not speaking loud
You can
enough.
make a motion today to move that precinct to the multiplex building, okay? Today, because it's at least 90 days prior to the general election. But you gotta have at least 90 days so you can get the public notice and et cetera.
Everybody understand?
Yes, sir. So
Everybody
you can
understand?
make a motion today on that, if you want
Make
to.
a motion that we do that.
All right, I got a second. We got a motion and a second in order to relocate the voting precinct from Hollandale Town Hall to the multiplex. Everybody understand? Everybody understand? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So Supervisor Gordon, wave in his seat.
One final thing. We have received Mr. Kite's report, and we are analyzing. We just got it late Friday.
Everybody understand what that is?
And
Wait a minute. Everybody understand what he's talking about? That's the assessor that we,
on Greater Greenville.
the assessor we brought on Greater Greenville.
Yeah, what they
I got a
Yes.
supervisor waiting at the table now, but go ahead.
He has submitted the true values as well as the assessed values, and the actual rates gonna have to be done by our local folks, okay? So With that being said, we're gonna have to get together and
We're gonna have to talk.
we're gonna have to get together and make a determination how, how to proceed. He's willing to come before the board, at the next board meeting, as scheduled by the board, okay?
Okay.
And make a presentation if
Who is
you
this
wanted
now?
to. West Kite, the
Assessor.
the appraiser.
Property.
Right, the appraiser.
You were talking about a total county appraisal?
No,
assessment?
this is
Just Greater
just
Greenville.
the Greater Greenville's
Okay.
property.
Now, with that being said, when we do have this conversation, it'll have to be executive session
Yes, sir, that's correct.
because
It's in litigation.
Greater Greenville filed a lawsuit, is that correct?
They appealed the board's decision
To the courts.
to determine that they were not, a housing authority.
Okay.
Okay, so, yes,
So it requires an executive session.
yes.
But you want to let it, now we need to vote today if you tell us when and what. How does the
You
board
don't need
want
to
to
vote
proceed?
on it, if it's gonna be on the agenda. If you want
I'm gonna have to
him to
recess.
appear at a recess, okay.
Or you want to bring it to the next meeting?
We can bring it to the next meeting, or you can recess.
Y'all good? We'll bring him to the next meeting and, we'll put him on the end of the agenda.
We put
It
Greater
should be
Greenville?
short. No,
Who
West
you talking?
Kite.
West Kite, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And, put him on for 10:30 because it should be a short agenda.
Well, the other thing, while you're talking, Mr. President, David Bridges called me, in reference to the county's audit, and he has some concerns because we've not gotten the audit
You,
from.
wait a minute, hold on a minute. You familiar with this, right? Huh? You not?
What is it?
What are you talking
It didn't.
I thought he was gonna be here. I thought last meeting you said. he was
No,
gonna
this
be
is
here
something else.
Next meeting.
Next meeting, okay.
Why don't you hold up on that?
But I don't know what y'all talking about.
We're
What
gonna
are we
tell
talking
you.
about?
Oh, can I do that?
It's not on the agenda.
No.
Huh?
No, it's not.
It's in her report.
No, it's not. She's finished with her report. She's officially closed her report.
Well, y'all need to bring
We're
that
gonna
today.
help you out.
at
We
one
got
Well,
you.
it's
Miss-
something I need
Okay.
to be brought up to speed on?
You already are. Just can't think about it. But yeah, we'll cover it later.
Okay.
Anything else, Miss Ham?
2K.
Yes. Last month, the board, when Mr. Seard, brought the recap to the board, and notice was put in the paper for individuals who had concerns about their, proposed assessment, for 2023, they had to file an objection, and, we have not received any objections.
Oh, good.
What's the deadline on, what's the deadline on?
Deadline, today is
So
the
if you
deadline.
don't receive any by
We don't
now.
receive any, then,
Yes,
yeah.
okay, gotcha.
But you basically, the board, basically stayed open for the month of July in case people had objections, and nobody's come forward with an objection.
Gotcha.
We talked to Mr. Seard, I think, on Friday, and he had not received an objection.
Gotcha.
So now, if something comes after the board meeting, we'll make you aware.
Good enough. All right, we finished with Ms. Carter. You're good. You're good, Ms. Carter, right? Do we have any more additions? Did we miss anyone? Chief?
Sheriff Department.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna ask it after Chief.
It won't be for 5 minutes. Good morning.
All right, open hearing.
That's what everybody's been saying.
Everybody said 5 minutes anyway.
Including y'all. We requesting, the sheriff requesting to purchase a drone an amount of $4,397 for the Washington County Sheriff's Department, part of his investigation tool.
You got what budget that comes out of it, Carter?
Sheriff Department budget.
I need a motion
Second.
and a second. All right. No other questions? All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Man, I'm not trying to be funny. You got enough budget for it to come out of? We okay with it. It come out of, yeah, okay. But anyway.
Yes, sir, whatever you ask me.
We have, he's requesting send a dispatcher to a training August the 21st, 22nd, to the 22nd as to to Canton, Mississippi for telecommunications.
Got a motion?
So that
Second.
person will be staying, that person will be spending the night.
Or how much?
Y'all asked me that last time, didn't you?
And you said you wouldn't, you said you had always had a number.
I did, didn't I?
Ms. Carter, what were the numbers, you remember? We
We'll
always
get it-
have to have the numbers for the
We'll
thing.
get it to, we'll get it to you because it's not until, it's.
All right, board, he's going to give us the numbers, you know, it's just important we have that for the record. I need a motion to go ahead and approve based on, him getting back with us with the numbers. I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And also, let me say this, all the telecommunication trainings are reimbursable, so.
Okay.
Homicide investigation and crime scene management training program that has been held at Olive Branch, September 26th through 28th. And that's gonna be a 2-day event. And we're going to request to send two officers to it, and I get you the cost of the room as well for that.
Everybody understand? I need a motion.
Second.
And, yeah, thank you, Jerry. I need a motion. I got a motion Supervisor Benson, a second Supervisor Redmond. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Meal log for August the 3rd, 2023, from July the 8th to July 23rd to July the 28th has been presented today across the board. And you know, talking about these meal logs, we discussed them one time and said, we all had a conversation with people. But I went back and looked at some of the previous bills we had when we had the same company back when we had the latest. You know, the numbers wasn't as high, you know, as they are now. They keep us a steady 240 people, and we were down to like, at one point, 90 and below 100, so, you know, that's why the increase is, it's steady and consistent where it is.
Yeah, that's what we kind of expected it once it came to taking the state inmates. Either overall expense or operational cost, then it would go extremely high. It did, extremely high, so that's, he's just, telling you that that's confirmed. Anything else, Chief?
Well, I want the boss to say this, because see, if I ask y'all for this place, you might not give it to me. Convention center, got the training.
Make sure the dates are available. They've got, training scheduled from the Sheriff Department, right, Chair?
Yes, sir.
And, confirm the dates in September at the, which one, 4 meeting rooms or what?
The meeting room,
Huh?
the meeting room.
Down at the executive suite, the 4 meeting rooms.
Yeah, meeting room.
Everybody understand? Check, make sure the dates are available, and we'll vote, we're about to take a vote. Need a motion?
So moved.
And a second. All right, motion Supervisor Redmond and second Supervisor Gordon. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Y'all just confirm, go out and sign your dates up and block them off.
Also, Mr. McGee, I think you and Ms. Hanson signed that, per diem for inmates payment.
Mhm.
And that, so you can put it into the minutes, everybody wasn't present when I called you and asked you to sign it.
All right.
But it was for $31.93
Okay.
per inmate.
All right, everybody understand the
240
increase?
inmates.
Say what?
The sheriff is talking about the increase we got on the per diem per inmate.
Yeah.
31, what, Sheriff?
I think $31.93 for 240 inmates each day.
We need to ratify the signing of the document that had to be turned in. And that's what I need today. We need a motion to do so.
So moved.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Sheriff, I got a question. You know, of course, they changed it for the whole state, but where are we compared to the private prisons?
We nowhere close to them, they probably get 45 if at all.
All right, and the reason why I'm asking because it's gonna be some more legislation coming out again up in, you know, for next fiscal year. Because, you know, I gotta give to MAS, they fought it, you know, they fought to get it to where it is now. And I say thank you, but we really need to get it up, you know, if they're at 45, they need to get us at least a $40. Because the thing is, I explained to them at MAS, it's bleeding our county, and other counties said the same thing, that it is put a real deficit for their county we're welcoming, but I just wanna know where we are compared, cause I'm on the legislative committee, and I just wanna make sure we continue to fight to get the fair amount that private prisons receive as well.
Well, we had to fight them all this time for to get the 3193. Also, we had to hold out. We wouldn't even accept them, wouldn't even sign off on them until we got to 3193 because they didn't want us to add a 3193. So we continue to fight for it. We have a regional jail board, and that's where we come from. We don't come from the whole state of Mississippi. We come from the regional jail. And that's what increased.
All right, you know, and Ms. Carter, what we need to do is take a look now that we've had the state inmates for several months now and see how the expenses are trending, you know, versus the overall expense, how that's increased. And we might have to have a conversation with the board, what's in the best interest of the county. Do we need to ask them to come and get these inmates because the expense is way over our head? It's cheaper for us to accept the remaining debt versus the extra cost of food and everything, the low per diem,
Medicine,
the low
hospital visit.
per diem. But we have to put some numbers together to see what's in best interest of Washington County.
I agree.
And,
Get those
you know, we'll have a conversation. How many months we had the state inmates?
We've always had state inmates.
But you talking about the maximum?
Just the men, I'm sorry.
bulk.
I didn't want to say it like that, but you know what I'm talking about.
Well, a little better than a year. It's been over a year.
All right, so we got enough data. We good.
What happened is we have to look at a contract coming up on the food. And that's basically because we probably, at this time, $100,000 in the red.
Ooh. All right, see, that's what I'm talking about. So we got to present that to the board.
We talk about it in the boardroom, but sometimes we don't listen or don't hear or whatever. But we're in the red and we'll look at the contract. We'll probably have to look at some other options.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
And also, I want to just tell you all, thank you for having a budget, a line item for that building up there that has never been fixed up on North Harvey. So I'm praying that you all will bring it over into the new fiscal year where we can get it done.
Okay. Everybody understand?
We need, listen, I'm not a carpenter and I don't fix roofs, but the roof
Well,
needs to be fixed first.
I'm gonna be honest with you. We're several million out. Something got to go.
Well, we understand that there, Mr. President, here, but we're gonna come before the board and we're gonna ask for the things that we need. And I continue to do that on one reason. This sheriff department has to cover this whole Washington County.
Yep.
These police department come around here like the Holiday Mayor came in today. She didn't say nothing about how the Washington County Sheriff Department has covered every day for them for about 2 months. So we have to continue for Leland, Hollandale, Arcola, Metcalf, and Greenville too. So when we ask for things, we expect to get it and everything. We need the building up there, and y'all should put it in there. We asked for opera money, y'all refused to give it to us. Hines County gave $1 million. The supervisor gave it to their sheriff department. So we asked for it and we didn't receive it.
All right. Anything else, Chief?
No, sir.
All right. All right. Patrick, you good? Lee?
I just wanted to when the school boards was giving their report today in their millage. What do you think that per child that is?
I don't know.
What do you think per child?
They got a number though.
Just pick out a number. What is it per child, dollar wise?
I wouldn't have a clue.
A year.
Oh my God.
Depends how many kids in the school.
No,
Yeah,
per child.
No, dollar wise. How many? What do you think is per child? Like
I don't know.
their budget so and so. What do you think is per child that we spend on per child?
$4
Yeah.
grand.
How much?
It's more than that. How much it is? Give me
Anyway,
one school.
The college, we spend about 11,000 per child, and then the high schools, if their numbers were exactly right, I know there's a little different because they get, but at the high school level, anyway, from the numbers we got, $18,000, $20,000 per child. The point I'm making, I appreciate what Reverend King said. Hey, it ain't all about, it's about the churches and the people and the doing things. Hey, just so much the schools can do. If people don't step in and start the community and the churches and everything, he just spoke the truth, and I appreciate him doing that because he's exactly right.
Yep.
Things don't, like I said, a lot of people talk it, but nobody will do it. And
Yeah.
we just, we have I don't know, just, again, you deal with know, like the sheriff said, a lot of crime out there, but it's gotta start somewhere. If it don't start in the schools, I don't know, I don't know the answer, but he's exactly right. I mean, it's gotta have help. But I was just curious about that. I took all that and it just was curious about what it was per, if those numbers are accurate, that's what they are.
Tommy?
Per child.
18?
Anywhere from $18,000 to $20,000 per child.
Yes, you do.
Well, some kids is $585 a month. Count that up. I don't know how many days they go to school.
Ms. Brooks?
Really, I just gonna pretty much chime on what, just, you know, we really trying to identify more ways that we can help enhance, you know, our youth in our community from education. I know we've got to find some, I guess, untraditional ways of working with our youth, because we really do have a lot going on in our community, from the crime, and then even just, you know, the students in general. When you look at the average ACT score in our communities, it has dropped. You know, the average, and most of them is 16 on the ACT. When I was in school, it was a 19. So the concern is, what can we do holistically as a community? First, we want our kids educated, but the other piece is, I think, long-term on workforce, because that is our future on bringing industry into our community. And if we don't find, I would say untraditional ways now, to work with our community, and, you know, even getting our churches and, you know, maybe finding ways to support different organizations, I think we're going to go down a rough road. So I just think we just got to kind of constantly keep our heads to our communities on what we can do. The other thing I just want to bring to our attention, August the 18th is the date that they ratified the 19th Amendment for women to be able to vote. So, and I think about, and I think about, you know, all the women, you know, in this day and time that are elected, and, you know, I just want to just, you know, reference the women and men, but women that, you know, they've been very active, and some I don't know, they died before me. So you know, I'm standing on their shoulders. I'm standing on Ms. Hanson's shoulders. You know, people have just made a big difference, but, you know, that vote has made a big difference not only in Washington County, but in, you know, the United States of America.
All right,
for women.
Jerry?
Only thing I got to say is, we do need to think about what Reverend King said, and I kind of collected through several young kids, 15, 16 years old, that I put under my wing, and I asked them to go hook the water hose up, and these kids wrong end to put on the faucet. So that got a long ways to go, and they, you know, and these people don't have anybody at home, and it's a problem, but that's what we got to do. Take what Reverend King said.
I heard something not long ago, and it's true. Nowadays, parents try to prepare the road for the child. They don't try to prepare the child for the road. And I understand what you're saying, Ms. Brooks, about trying to think of things, but I'm old school too. I think it's just the opposite. We've gotten away from the traditional things that we used to do, and we're just not sticking to that to be able to bring these kids up and stuff. And again, like I said, in my church, we failed, you know, and I mean that as a general rule, not just individually, but I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I tell you what the answer is not. You got to have people who start speaking up the truth as he did, and just denying it is never going to work. But when people speak up and say, okay, I may not know the answer, but I know this is the problem, and we got to start doing something here, and so that's a step in any way. So
You know, a lot of times when we say innovative, really, I run across things that are innovative that really is old school. They're making old school innovative. So sometimes when I say
just going back around.
just going back around. So sometimes when I say that, I'm you know, sometimes we just go back to things that work for me when I was a child. You know, just being elementary. Like for instance, I run across students now when I meet different young people. I talk to them. I want to see where they are academically. I run across a lot of students. They head in high school and they do not know their timetables. And I was like, wow, how do they do algebra? I'm just thinking, like, how do we get to the point we really got high school students don't know their timetables, y'all.
Okay. All right. You know, and I echo everything that you all have said. You know, I work with an organization here in the community, and we made an effort to reinitiate, start up again, a mentoring program. But with the superintendent changing and that kind of thing, and a little uncertainty, we were never able to get it off the ground this past year. Hopefully, once the decision is made and the superintendent has come into GPS, we'll be able to go ahead and interact and get something done. Mr. Griffin, you know, we had a concern, and we got this letter from the Attorney General or whoever it is, telling us that thing about opening carry and guns in the courtroom. Did we ever change the signage, or what did we do?
I assume, Sheriff, have we gotten that signage down? It's just a matter of remove, yes,
Yeah,
the
but-
signage gone.
But
What does the signage say?
wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute, let me do this.
'Cause I
Wait a
don't
minute,
wanna
wait a
move
minute. You were going to create a sign that was more appropriate for the law that she sent us, for the lawsuit she threatened us with.
Yeah.
And that we just need, you know, you to.
I'll get that taken care of, but there is no sign that you can create.
Yes, it is.
I wanna know.
We'll
why
talk about it.
We'll get one
we gotta
because
do something. You want
we get
people
one
to come in
regulating
with a machine
referencing
gun,
those,
and hell,
going
they
into
shot
law.
up a whole city
Right.
in,
That's what you're talking
New
about.
That's what I'm
York
talking
last
about.
night.
I'll get that done.
If they had the proper
Everybody
credentials,
got
Yes.
the sheriff gave us the key.
Can I say
Well, that was cheap.
Let me just say
If
this right
they-
here. I got a concern if they got the proper. A lot of people have proper credentials and they still killing up our community. I won't feel comfortable anybody walking in, whether they have credentials or not, in this courtroom, and I'm in this meeting, and I'm not safe, and anything can happen. So I got a real concern about anybody bringing a gun into this courthouse.
Do they go in the federal court?
I have a
with it?
real, I mean, I understand she sent something, but I don't wanna feel safe and we go, and all that type of stuff. When, if something happen, I pray nothing happens in our community, but it should never be at a place where someone can bring a gun into this courthouse only because they have credentials. Cause all these people that's doing all this shooting, they all have the credentials. They have the credentials. We have to feel, I need to feel safe.
Hear what you're saying there, Ms. Brooks. Nothing I can do about it.
We just ain't, well, we don't have to change it then.
Those folks down there in Jackson, Senator and Representative,
Rules are made to be
they
broken.
voted that something.
I understand, but I believe in,
I
it was,
I don't like it neither in here when sometimes that we got 4 or 5 deputies in there working at one time in there. In this courthouse and that can happen. But we got 1 or 2 people. That's all we have the problem. So we just have to abide by what the order is now.
we need to leave that sign up there, so I want nobody bring them be a gun over me.
That conforms to the law.
Put us in compliance, Mr.
I don't
Attorney,
Yes, sir.
with the law.
Rules are made to be broken.
Dude,
May I say something?
We once were slaves, but we somebody broke the law.
please,
May I say something?
please do.
For the good of the order, first of all, I'm glad y'all heard what Reverend Jesse King said, and I think it's good for a pastor as well as superintendent to identify that the churches ought to play an important role in our children and in their education. By either encouraging the children to attend Sunday school, being directly involved in the school, and that we got too many pastors and members of churches who ignore our schools, and the consequences really to the detriment of the church as well, because the church can prosper from what they do in the school districts. Now, secondly, I want to remind everybody that we have an election tomorrow in this county.
No.
This is one of the most
I wouldn't
important
bring that
elections
up. I wouldn't
that we
think.
have ever hit.
Go ahead, I wasn't finished. You go ahead.
Yes, yeah. And I'm just encouraging all voters to show up and cast their vote for the candidate of their choice.
Thank you.
In these elections, because it's important for our county and important for this state that we be active participants in the electoral process.
All right, outstanding. If there's nothing else, now we'll move to our budget. That's not part of the agenda, but that's part of the plan. Oh, wait a minute, one other thing. I need a motion to accept the minutes from the August 3rd meeting. Everybody had a chance to review these minutes? I need a motion and a second. All in favor, go by sign of aye. Any opposed?
One abstention.
I got one abstention. Motion carries. What was it? Anything else?
Budget.
Go ahead, Ms. Scott. Thank you. Yeah, right, like everybody else.
I'm never pulled up. Okay, went back and did budget cuts. I did send all of you
Hello.
guys a text message.
Yeah, I'm a person to get out.
That's just two, ain't it? That's just two. I'll take that one.
Ooh, yeah, I can see that.
That's, no, go ahead.
He's not supposed to have, 'cause he's
Leave it
normally
alone.
not
He
in
fine.
the
Leave it alone now.
But-
That's mine. Leave it alone. He good.
Okay, originally, from the last budget meeting, the budget was $47,715,000.
Now, let me do this. Let me do this. We're still being recorded. We're still open. We're still on air, okay?
So, yeah, we're still.
We good. Okay, let's keep it rolling. So speak loud.
I cut the budget from that number, $47,715,034.93 to $45,344,562.73, with receipts being $45,391,777.58. Now that created an overage in receipts of $47,214.85. Things that were cut: road department, $810,000; sheriff's department,
Tell where you cut them from. Which line item?
The road department's wish list that was
Wish
presented to
list.
the board.
All right.
Yes, equipment. We cut $810,000 there instead of, I think, 6 dump trucks. I think they're getting 4. Steel wheel roller rental that they took off.
Okay.
Sheriff's Department cut $139,000 instead of 4 new vehicles. No, instead of 8 new vehicles, they're getting 4. $1 million from buildings and grounds, and that was based off of the AC. And it was some other stuff that was in his budget that we could have cut from, because he still had the same money from last fiscal year that we kept in there. So
Right.
there's still enough money in there for him to do those projects that
Okay.
that are allocated.
DHS floor and all that.
All of that's still in there.
And you
I
know
got
we're
a
gonna need an
question.
extra money. We got the basketball court coming in, but we have to still buy new electronics. I don't think you got that.
I have a
All of that's
question.
still in there. I still
Okay.
actually left some overage in there for him for other projects.
All right.
So I know you said the $1 million was for the air conditioning. And how much was it? We put in a budget, $1 million for the air conditioning?
We went to 250, and the reason being, just like he said, we'll be able to do exactly what he's talking. Remember when we looked out there, we're just taking it in stages, because we probably can get it all done next year anyway. We're gonna take the biggest stage, which will be that 100-ton chiller right beside it. We left enough money in there to do that, so when we get this one repaired, then we'll start the process of
Replace it.
getting to replace that 100-ton right there this year. So that'll give us 200 tons then, and then maybe the next year do those 2 up high that we were talking about coming through there. So we got 250, which will be fine. We can
So
get that
to
other side done. We can't get completely done with everything we'd like
I
to do,
got you.
but we can get.
So you saying to get a brand new one next to it is about $250,000?
I think you'll be fine. I think we'll be fit.
And
fine
what
with
does
250.
what area does that cover?
You know that area we walked in when we was all looking at it? When we were facing, the one on the right is the one that'd be repaired.
No.
The one on the left that
She
stuff
wants to know if it cools the arena or
Yeah,
what.
yeah, it cools the big arena, yes. It's 200 tons on it. We've always cooled it with just 100 tons, but once we get this, we'll have actually 200 tons of air that we could use on it. And then we'll go back, like I said, just do it in stages. So that way we was able to cut $750,000 off this next budget.
So
And
then
then
I'm saying, she's saying she took out $1 million. I'm thinking it should've been she took out
She really
$750.
took out the 750.
I took out the 750, but no, I still ended up taking $1 million, like I explained to you.
Oh, you got it from another part,
Well,
besides air
no,
conditioning?
No. What he already had allocated for the last fiscal year, that's still enough to cover whatever.
250.
Yes. So I didn't have to use the whole $1 million.
So I got a question. What he has left in the
His budget is already like 1.9.
No, I'm about to ask you, what he has left over, I just wanna make sure we not bumping any money, cause we know I was telling you need $250 for that bridge in Leland, and actually we should have some numbers for that for our next board meeting.
Yeah, we discussed it. It's still in there.
Okay, I just wanna be clear, it's not being left out, okay? This is from this fiscal year of the $250, he has some money left over, I just wanna make sure.
Even if you use it this fiscal year, we don't know if it's gonna meet that deadline. It's
Okay, all right.
Moving on, $25,000 to Sacred Spaces. That was a wash from Ray Greenville.
So we're not giving Brady Greenville no money no more?
You can't.
Okay, that's interesting.
And that's pretty much it. I also added the millage, 1 mil for the sportsplex.
Okay.
As requested.
Okay.
So you're looking at a budget now of $45,344,562.73.
Roughly, what was the county's budget 5 years ago?
Maybe 37 million.
And I asked that question, everybody understand how much we've gone up with this budget. Even though we're gonna balance, we're gonna have to still be fiscally responsible going forward to make sure we maintain a little breathing room and not always be on budget, but at least 8 to 10% under as we go through. We barely got this one balanced.
Mr. President, and I don't think that the county has not been fiscally responsible. I said, we gotta pay attention, post-COVID, everything went up. So when we're buying gravel, we're buying gas, everything we're purchasing, everything went up almost 3 times more. So it's not that I would say the county has been irresponsible or not responsible. It's just that, you know, times have changed and the pricing has gone up on even with wood. Everything has gone up post-COVID. So really, we can't really compare today to 10 years ago because the pricing, the cost of living 10 years ago is not as expensive as it is today.
Thank you for making my point. We have to be more fiscally responsible, understanding
And we are.
there have been a number of increases. So, you know, you saw some things that were cut that are desperately needed, like the cars in the sheriff department. You know, these are vital and important things we have to have. We can't start cutting back and losing those things at the end of the year. That's why it's extremely important, Ms. Brooks, you make a good point, I appreciate that we have to be fiscally responsible starting off and going through the year. You know, we won't have to do things like we just did for this budget session.
Now,
I appreciate that.
Another thing we got to look at, we heard Pafford, we still going to have a viable ambulance service here in our county. And at the end of the day, I'm quite sure they're gonna be able to provide us where they're losing. And, I mean, they're asking for 200,000 and most counties have been providing those dollars. And, you know, we're no exception to the rules, so I think we need to be prepared to put that $200,000 out because we got to have responsible and a viable ambulance service here in Washington County. I mean, we can't just act like they didn't come before us and talk to us. Because if we don't give it to us, give them, you know, assistance, what do we do next?
Okay.
Then we just question mark, and I don't wanna wait to the last minute and, you know, it's a little kind of fiasco. I don't want that. I think we may have to just start preparing, you know, make sure we are comfortably ready to move forward with the ambulance service, you know, when that time comes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Lee.
And I agree, it's gotta be done, or at some point, it's gotta be done, but I also, and I'm having a little trouble with this, because even before the ambulance service comes, our hospital comes, and we've got to look at that moving forward, you know, I know we're still, you know, I mean, the water's still calming there, we gotta kind of see where we come out at, and so you're right, that's something we're gonna have to look at, may not be, you know, this moment, but it's gonna have, but quickly, that's why I wanted to see their financials to see that. But let me say this, here's something that I've always had a little heartburn with also. Yeah, we've had COVID, we've had all that, but COVID has been over a couple years.
Thank you.
This is the first year that we've ever come out over budget, so you can't blame that on COVID. Here's what I don't like seeing, and I said it then and I'll say it now. When we purchase vehicles, I see in the road department, and whatever department it is, we purchase a big 250 crew cab for one person to ride in a lot of times. What's wrong with going back with the XL and being better with the taxpayers' money of driving just a extended cab, you know, 2-wheel stuff we're spending money on, that's
We don't
what I
need.
still have kind of heartache with, especially, I mean, now, we've improved, we bought things for the road department, we've tried to improve that, but moving forward, I think that's things we can look at to really say, hey, do we really need this $70,000, truck that one person rides in and four-wheel drive, that they're never off the road or something
Yes,
like that?
they sneak off.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I see a lot of, that's like when one of our directors, I asked him directly one time, I said, why did you need this big truck? He ordered a big truck for himself, a big 250. And I am a taxpayer, and I pay a lot of taxes here. When I see that, to me, that's our tax money being wasted. That kind of vehicle for just one person to ride around in, never see it pull in a trailer or nothing like that. I just think we need to be, when we're doing these type things, I think we need to look at that a little closer as we move forward on that and how we spend on the different kind of,
I agree with you.
with
Ms. Brooks, I understand your point. Supervisor Benson, I understand your commitment to Pafford and everything else. But, sheesh, we got these mics open. I won't say anything, but we'll try to see what we can do. And let's have a conversation, Ms. Carter. I know you're gonna say, Carl, you lost your mind again, but I tell you, I want to share something with you.
Well, no, I just need the information like today, because I have to get it in the paper.
Oh, well, this is not gonna do anything with, we'll talk before you put it in the paper, and you tell me whether it's 200,000 will work.
I want to say one thing before we close, and this is for everybody to hear. There's no doubt, the hospital is turning around, they're doing pretty good, proud of what they've done. But I just know, and I believe this whole board is the same on this. No matter what happens, we're gonna be beside the hospital, we're gonna stand beside the hospital, we're gonna have an ambulance service, we're gonna do whatever we have to do. We're gonna make sure that it works.
What'd you say?
I mean, it's not that we're not just leaving them out. We'll look in the future to see what we need to do, and make the adjustments that we need
How
to
much we
make
got
to make
last year?
sure that the hospital and the ambulance
casino.
services are secure.
I believe we can do it. I just don't want to give them any particular comfort level.
How much we
But,
did, I
we'll
thought last year,
share with
how
you,
much
but I
we got
think you
last
can
year, and how
handle
much did we
it. Is there
use?
anything else? Everybody understand where we're going with budget, right? Explain, Ms. Carter, will you tell them the process once again?
Well, from this here, I'll, put the notice in the paper for the public hearing, which I have to do really quick because, DDT only advertises once a week. So I have to be able to make their deadline, to get it in the paper and advertise it for 2 consecutive weeks.
So move to approve it then.
I got a motion to approve the budget. I got a second. There are other questions? All in favor, go.
What's the building clerk?
Still 67.21.
What is it?
67.21.
67.21. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Now,
So
for,
make it clear, no increase.
yeah. There are a number of people around this table who's attending CBC. That's this week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this week?
Yeah.
When it started?
Thursday.
CDC.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Let me do something now.
I can't go.
If you signed up and you've used taxpayer dollars, you're gonna have to refund that out of your pocket if you don't go.
I ain't signed up because I know
I think you did.
read my phone.
Okay. But it was just to make you all aware. I know it slipped up, and just wanted to remind you that
Well,
you know
thank you
that
for
that's
remembering
happening.
this weekend.
For those who are going, of course, I kind of voted against it, but I'm going to, and I will get reimbursed like the other supervisors. Now, our next meeting is still going to be on the 21st, right, Ms. Carter? Right, Ms. Hampson?
Yes, sir.
If there's nothing else, if everybody's good,
Yep.
I need a motion to recess until the 21st of
So
August.
moved.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Everything off, Ms. Carter, real quick. Hold that.